Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I'll tell you what, the cartels on the southern border and into Mexico are not giving in. They are not giving up easy. We've got a number of different videos to show you. I want you to show you this first one. This is drone footage, apparently, of the cartels using drones to surveil where the wall is being built, as well as where Border Patrol agents may be. The big fear with cartels now using these drones is that they could weaponize them and bring the heat to the law enforcement inside the United States. I'll tell you why we say that. This is video of the El Tena gang apparently bombing the Jalisco New Generation cartel. They're claiming this is a bombing of the cartel's locations and taking out other cartel members. So if they can do it in a drug war inside Mexico, why wouldn't they use these drones against United States Border Patrol agents and, of course, our military now down there? Here's why I know they will do it. Because they are allegedly doing this to the Mexican National Guard. More drone footage for you. This is footage that we have obtained of cartels dropping munitions on the Mexican National Guard. This is a serious problem as the cartels now become militarized. And that's really what they are. This is not a bunch of ragtaggers. Militarized is probably the best way to put it. And then the big story, disturbing to say the least. This is a potential extermination camp, is what we're told. This drone footage flying over a camp that Mexico calls a cartel training center. But many others are reporting it as a cartel extermination camp to kill large numbers of people who will not work for the cartels. The evidence behind that is large amounts of human remains found there. Now, the cartels, this Jalisco New Generation cartel, posted this video. To me, it sounds like propaganda.
Good afternoon. I am an active member of the Jalisco New Generation cartel. The purpose of the video is to clarify the facts based on reality in a timely manner. On September 18th, 2024, a search warrant was issued at the Izaguirre Ranch as a result of a chase involving two unlawful deprivations of liberty. They are safeguarding and analyzing the video without finding any clues or evidence of the extermination camp.
So there you have it. They say it's not an extermination camp, that it's a training center because the Mexican government says so. Well, I don't really trust the Mexican government. And we know that there are many inside the Mexican government that have been working with the cartels very closely. I want to bring in now from Tijuana, Real America's Voice correspondent, Oscar Ramirez is back with us. Oscar, welcome to the program.
Brian, thank you for having me. It's always an honor to be with you.
All right, Oscar, let's work backwards here. This potential extermination camp, what do you think it is? What are we looking at on our screen here?
It is categorized as the Auschwitz of Mexico. It's thousands of bodies and hundreds of shoes that they were found when the mother searchers, these collective groups, there are collective groups now, Grant, because the federal government, it is just inoperative. They're not doing their job. And the family members, because they're searching for their family members that they have been kidnapped and also that they have been basically disappeared from the country, they're the ones that they're searching for the bodies. So they go to these places and they found this ranch all alone. It has already been researched, but they went again, this collective group that is called Warrior Mothers, Mother Searchers. They went in there and they found human remains. They found crematories. They found also, altars that they were basically saying that they were practicing sacrifices. Also, they were practicing extraction of organs. The whole horrific situation. And this has been all covered up by the Mexican government. All other media is calling it an extermination camp. By the Mexican government is calling it that it was a recruiting center for the cartels, as they were forcing people, and the people that they didn't want to work for the cartels, they were being, basically assassinated firsthand. Grant.
Oscar, I'm safe to say that it's indisputable, right, that these bodies were found, the remains were found, as you mentioned, shoes. So how does the Mexican government get away with what amounts to a cover-up for the cartels?
Well, what they did is that they opened it up 3 days later. The fiscal general of the Republic said that he was going to open it up for press and also for the mother searchers to go back. And there were multiple mass grave holes that they were found by the mother searchers. And when they came back, everything was clean. They covered it all up, and then they gave out information. The president came out on a morning conference saying this was not an extermination camp. It is false information. They're saying that it's the right-wing media and also it's the right-wing politicians that they're trying to hit the political party of the left with this propaganda. So they're not calling it an extermination camp. They're saying that this is it's a training camp for the cartels, and that was all false information. It's exactly what happens in the United States. Granted, it's a copy paste of what happens over here in Mexico also.
Yeah, it sure sounds like it. All right, I want to play this clip for you. Not to scare you, Oscar, but to let everybody at home know at what risk you face by reporting on this with the truth that you lay down for us. This is cartel members basically issuing you, Oscar, a stark warning.
There is a case file, arrests, and authorities who can answer our questions. Media should carefully vet testimonies accusing the Jalisco cartel and verify claims.
They're basically telling you better vet these claims out by calling them, talking to them. I don't know. To me, this seems very threatening, Oscar.
Yeah, they're threatening the media. They're threatening all of us. Mexico is number 3 in the world for assassination towards journalists. This is why we have to be extremely careful with what we say on screen. But the majority of the journalists, we are sick and tired of it, Grant, to see our country being taken over by a narco government. And that, basically they're doing this in front of our faces. And it is just ridiculous what they're doing. The government is just covering it up. And it looks like they're protecting the cartels instead of protecting the citizens. And it is obvious we need help. There's no other way to say it. We need help to clean this country up. We need help to clean this country from the start. And, they're trying to shut the media up. But all the colleagues in the media, we're sick and tired of it. And we're willing to stand up and we're willing to say something about it because this is too much, Grant.
Well, we certainly appreciate you doing it, Oscar Ramirez. Just please stay safe down there inside Mexico where you are, and keep us posted on this.
Yes, sir. Like always, Grant, it's always an honor to be with you. Thank you for the invitation.
The honor is absolutely mine, Oscar Ramirez. Thank you. All right, I want to turn now to these D.C. activist judges, really activist judges across the country, but let's focus on D.C. President Trump is asking the Supreme Court of the United States now to review this appeals court ruling that basically put a stay on President Trump's deportation case where he was using the Alien Enemies Act to deport many of these Tren de Aragua gang members. Now, that original case was from Judge Boasberg. Now, if you can believe this, Judge Boasberg, who has clearly shown himself to be anti-Trump, anti-conservative, anti-American, in my opinion, is now ordering all the players in the Signalgate chat. The Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Ratcliffe, all of them, to preserve their Signal chats. Now, a judge doesn't have any purview on this except an activist group brought a lawsuit saying that by using Signal, they were trying to make an end run around the Federal Records Act, which in fact they were trying to use a secure communication device to keep away from bad actors. So the judge now orders preserved it. This is literally trying to go after them and persecute them just as they did J6ers. This is Pam Bondi on Boasberg.
Many judges need to be removed, Judge Howell included, Judge Reyes, Judge Boasberg. These judges obviously cannot be impartial. They cannot be objective. They are district judges trying to control our entire country, and they're trying to obstruct Donald Trump's agenda.
Very, very true. So what do we do about all of this? I want to bring in now former federal prosecutor and retired U.S. Marine John Deaton is with us. John, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Grant. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too, John. So I believe now it's 4 Trump cases that Boasberg has. He's clearly biased. What do we do about this?
Well, the first thing is the judge, when the judge starts saying and defending the fact that he was assigned this case again, another Trump case, and says, oh, it was just random, that's got to make you question. This is the same judge previously. He's obviously has a vendetta. And listen, there's only one thing we can do. Either go to or two things, I should say, go to the Supreme Court, which the Trump administration is, or pursue potential impeachment, because these are lifelong appointments unless they're impeached or they retire.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think Congress can do some things as well. I want the district court judges' rulings to be limited to just their district. We had an attorney on from the Heritage Foundation who also offered up this, John. I'd love to get your opinion on this. Is that anything to do with these executive orders coming out of the executive branch should immediately go to a 3-judge panel court, not an individual judge? Your thoughts?
Outstanding idea, because look, we see the adversaries basically forum shopping. They're going to judges that they know are going to give them what they want. And the last time we checked, the American people did not elect a federal district judge to make national security decisions, foreign policy decisions, did not elect a federal district judge in this one tiny area. It could be Rhode Island, could be Massachusetts, to be the commander in chief. And so I think that's a fantastic idea.
All right. In another story coming out, I mean, these court cases are just coming one after the other. And let's not forget, 60% of the injunctions against sitting presidents over the last 100 years have gone against President Trump, if you can believe it. But another judge is now blocking President Trump's order to dismantle the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Again, this is an order blocking this. The whole country suffers. It's a waste of money. The organization, this agency isn't doing anything. Chuck Grassley talked about it like this, cut 16 for the guys behind the glass.
Some examples include ordering the president to stop deporting foreign terrorists, directing the military to enlist and retain transgender service members, directing who will and will not staff the president's administration. That's really extraordinary, I think.
All right. So he ran down a whole bunch of these things. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. And Congress, John, I'll just ask you, does have the ability to change the way the courts operate. They could do away with courts if they wanted, couldn't they?
They absolutely could. And we're going to need something because, listen, we saw lawfare try to prevent President Trump from becoming president. And now we see lawfare being utilized to try to prevent the presidency in real time. What are we going to govern the country by some federal district judges? So something has to be done to prevent this from continuing.
Yeah, it sure does. John Deaton, it's great having you back on the program. I appreciate you coming on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, moving on. I've got some good news. One of the things that I'm most excited about when it comes to the Trump administration, at least when it comes to the agencies where he's put people in charge, is, of course, RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy, in charge of Health and Human Services. We know that agency has gotten completely out of control. You want to see how out of control it has gotten? He released a video today explaining what he plans on doing. And a lot of this is with the help of the DOJ team, these literally geniuses that have come in to try to find the waste, fraud, abuse, and make it more efficient, these agencies. Here's RFK Jr.
Great divisions will become 15. The entire federal workforce is downsizing now, so this will be a painful period for HHS as we downsize from 82,000 full-time employees to around 62,000. We're keenly focused on paring away excess administrators while increasing the number of scientists and frontline health providers so that we can do a better job for the American people.
From the beginning there, if you didn't hear it, from 28 divisions to 15. Now, he reported earlier in the week they have 40 separate communications offices, many of them doing the same thing. The redundancy here is out of control. Maybe the most exciting thing to come out of this HHS takeover by RFK Jr., he's going to create a division. that's going to solely focus on vaccine injury. Listen to this.
Yeah, that's going to be one of our priority focuses. We already have a division at NIH that is devoted to studying long COVID and to figuring out cures and to study, and we're incorporating an agency within CDC that is going to specialize in vaccine injuries.
Let me tell you something. I'm shocked they didn't already have something like this, but the reason they wouldn't is because Big Pharma and HHS are in cahoots together. They don't want anybody investigating vaccine injuries. They want to pretend like there's no such thing. Well, after the COVID vaccine and that debacle, we most certainly know that there are. Well, on with me now, Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine for the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory is with us. Dr. Victory, it's great to have you back on.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
All right, what did you make of some of this news, what RFK was laying out here? We'll start with this group to look into vaccine injury. The insiders cannot be happy about this.
I'm sure they're not, for precisely the reasons that you've laid out, specifically that Big Pharma stands to lose a tremendous amount if people start to really understand the vast number of injuries that have happened from vaccines, long predating, by the way, COVID. The COVID mRNA injections were sort of what tipped people to understand finally that there's a massive amount of fraud and deception that has gone on over the years with regard to vaccines. A lot of data has been deep-sixed. It was never made public, and it's long overdue for us to have a very serious investigation into exactly what's gone on with vaccines, why certain vaccines remain on the childhood schedule or even available to the public, and that would include the mRNA shots, given the overwhelming data about their harms.
Are you amazed that it hasn't become more mainstream as more information, more numbers come out about the dangers of specifically the mRNA vaccine?
Well, I think that the Big Pharma in cahoots with the mainstream media, because they own the mainstream media, and frankly, they own the medical journals as well. Big Pharma is the biggest contributor to the once storied medical journals like Lancet, BMJ, New England Journal of Medicine. So those journals, quote unquote, are nothing more than the marketing arm for Big Pharma. So physicians are hard pressed to find really the truth in the data and the information. And so if the doctors don't know it and the scientists can't get their hands on it because it isn't being published, then certainly patients and your average American is having a hard time getting it. The mainstream media will never report the truth because they would risk losing those advertising dollars, which is another reason why Robert Kennedy Jr. is looking seriously at banning pharmaceutical advertising on television, because it would help us to get back to integrity in reporting.
Yeah. Did I hear right this week that the FDA now recognizes ivermectin as a legitimate drug to be used for COVID?
Yes, they have clearly been caught in a big fat lie. They were forced, fortunately, because of litigation, to take down their ridiculous posts that everyone remembers saying, you're not a horse, you're not a cow, come on, quit it, stop taking ivermectin. The implication being that it was nothing more than a veterinary medication. They have known from the very beginning, just as many, many doctors did, that ivermectin was extremely effective against COVID, and they now have acknowledged that. Fortunately, ivermectin is likely going to become over-the-counter in many, many states. There's already legislation in the works, I believe, in 18 states. It's such a tremendously safe medication, been used by hundreds of millions of people around the world every year with no ill effects. It's dirt cheap and has tremendous application, not only, by the way, for COVID, but for a lot of other things.
I mean, and to think, I lost the ability to make money on many of the social media outlets because I had touted the benefits of ivermectin, just like many of you, Kelly, and other doctors with the Wellness Company. I mean, what a shame and what a sham that they called us conspiracy theorists now, and now all of a sudden, everything's acceptable. Lastly, I want to play one more soundbite for you. This is RFK Jr. talking about what a mess HHS was from a leadership perspective. Listen.
The agency org chart when I arrived was incomprehensible. There was no chain of command. There were people operating in all these different silos and fiefdoms, and they were so territorial and so self-serving that they were selling patient information to each other. So I tried to get the CMS patient information, which belongs to the American people and belongs to HHS. And the sub-agencies said we have to buy it from them.
Dr. Victory, am I listening to him correctly? Sub-agencies buying data from other agencies in the same, under the umbrella of HHS. I don't think they should be buying data from any government agency. This is our data.
No, it's ridiculous. And this is this massive restructuring that's going to take place under Robert Kennedy Jr. of HHS is tremendous. It is going to be the single most impactful thing that can be done, as far as I'm concerned, with regard to DOGE. You used the right word, Grant, redundancy. There's unbelievable redundancy in everything from human resources to IT, procurement. 28 different divisions is ridiculous. They are collapsing that to 15. They are downsizing from 10 regional offices to 5. The workforce will be reduced overall by about 25%, from 82,000 employees down to 62,000. And that's in contradistinction to the massive bloating that happened under Biden. In the last 4 years, there was a 38% increase in the amount of money spent by HHS, and we certainly didn't get any more health or human services out of it.
No, we sure did. And I would make an argument America probably got less healthy with the more money that was spent, which is just nuts. Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine for the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory. It's always good to see you. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thanks. You too, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, listen to me. With the tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation, gold is hitting all-time highs. In today's volatile markets, don't just sit there. Protect your savings like so many Americans who are turning to Birch Gold Group. Birch Gold has helped tens of thousands convert IRAs or 401ks into physical gold. They have an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tons of 5-star reviews. And right now, text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation. It took decades to create this mess. How long will it take to fix it? Text America to the number 989898. Do it today. All right, we touched on this at the end of the show yesterday. The story is so ridiculous, we needed to dig a deeper dive in that. I want you to look at some of these T-shirts you see there, the clothing. It's all about protecting women's sports, but we'll get a little deeper into it next. Welcome back, everyone. I want you to take a look at this T-shirt, all right? This T-shirt right here. It says, Real Women Rock. That T-shirt sparked an awful lot of controversy. It was first seen at the Loveland County School Board meeting. And, of course, the people that were promoting men playing in women's sports hated the idea that Real Women Rock is a fact. So I want to show what happened. This is the freak out sparked by the shirts. Cut 4.
Hi, my name is Katie Bainbridge. I use she, her pronouns. I am a Loveland resident and deeply concerned parent.
I feel it is disrespectful to wear a T-shirt that advocates for my oppression. That is not in service of the dream. We may not agree with each other.
Where are the children in this discussion? Have the journalists, politicians, pundits, and school board members ever thought to ask us what will keep us safe and healthy?
Well, they hate the idea that the woman wearing that was the school board director, okay? This is the other side of the argument. The young ladies who were saying, hey, please keep the men out of our competition.
And this inequality begins between the physical differences between a male and a female athlete. And these differences are highlighted in statistics gathered from the National Institutes of Health.
How would you feel getting slammed on the mat in an instance with no luck and all the years of training? Nothing could prepare you for the strength.
This fall, I ran in a female cross-country race with 184 other athletes. The winner of this race was a biological male. In other words, a biological male took first place in a female race. Had this individual run in the biological male race, their time would have resulted in 85th place.
You see what she just said? The dude who runs against the girls wins. If he ran against the boys the same time, he finishes 85th. And they want to argue that it isn't fair. The United Nations, I saw a study, found 900 times a man has won, a boy has won against women. That's at least 900 times in a United Nations study. I think there's probably more times than that. Well, joining me now is the director of the Thompson School District Board of Education. Nancy Rumfelt is with us. She's also the creator of that shirt, Real Women Rock. Nancy, welcome to the program.
Hi, Grant. I'm actually one of 7 school board directors here in Loveland, and I'm here to represent my views and not the whole board. And actually who made this is the XXXY Athletics Company, which is what I think set them all going crazy, because they believe Jennifer Say, who created this company, is anti-trans because she believes in protecting girls and women's sports. Somehow they've turned this into a hate message that you want to keep girls' sports, women's sports safe and fair. Has nothing to do with hate, has to do with fair, being competitive. Title IX.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because this is part of the debate that doesn't get talked about a lot when we talk about this, which is, are you anti-trans or anti-men in women's sports? To me, I think the whole trans idea is phony baloney. You can't be a woman if you're a man. So I do think you're pretending. But if you want to pretend, I almost say go ahead and have at it. Just don't push that on my kids. And certainly do not compete against our daughters and granddaughters in competitions like this. Is about the competition and fairness. It's not about trans and the arguments pro or con. Am I right on that, Nancy?
You're absolutely right. And worse, this month is Women's History Month. So this is the month that they decide to make a big ruckus out of somebody saying real women rock. They want to share our spaces. They want to share our sports. They want to take away medals and scholarships. And now they get offended. They think I'm oppressing them because I say real women rock. And I'm so sorry, but you're always going to have trans in front of the word woman, always. And I am proud to be a woman, and this is my space. This is the girls' space. This is Riley Gaines' space, and we should not have to share it without being accused of committing some hate crime. When did pro-woman equal hate crime? Like when? When did we get to that crazy place?
Nancy, what do your fellow school board members say when the young lady tells the story that the person who won, the boy who won the race, would have finished 85th with the same time running against boys? How do they argue against the position you're taking here?
They just say it's anti-trans. I hate trans. They don't believe it. They don't believe we're going to lose federal funding, which I don't know any school district that can afford to lose any money. And all I have been asking for is to have a vote and a discussion to comply with Title IX and find a fair solution for the transgender athletes who also want to play in sports. We can make a third category. I'm sure companies will step forward and offer scholarships. It's all about fairness and competitiveness. Yeah. And women worked hard all these years to get this space. And so I do think I'm not going to be quiet as long as that continues to happen. And I will keep doing whatever I can to bring forward publicity on this because it's wrong.
Look, in the end, if they want to have trans games, go ahead and have at it. I think if you tried to gather up a bunch of people, you wouldn't have very many people at those games. And I think the left has tried to make this an issue to try to make, as you said, us on the right or us with common sense to be somehow racist or evil and angry people. It's not working. The American people have, by and large, woken up to this. Do the coaches say anything? Has there been any coaches that have taken your side, the side of the girls, in front of the school board?
There have been, well, because of this instance, more coaches are stepping forward. There was a coach last fall, and I don't know the specifics because it is a personnel investigation. What I do know is she was let go because she was trying to work with a trans female that was on the cross-country team, and apparently they complained, and so she was terminated as the head coach. Well-respected, great, won all kinds of awards. Her athletes love her, and they will not reinstate her, in spite of the courts overturning the Biden administration's 2024 Title IX rules. She should be reinstated immediately. She should be.
Yeah, she really should be. But these kind of stories we hear all across the country. I appreciate, in many respects, your boldness and bravery to stand up to these goons, because that really is what they are. They try to take over these school board meetings, and all you're doing is fighting for our girls. And I appreciate that, Nancy Rumfeld, and good luck at your school district. And we'll keep everyone posted on this. You keep me posted as well, too.
Oh, for sure.
All right. Thank you so much. And you know what? Just to trigger them on the left, play the clip of the ad for the shirts. All right? Just to trigger them if they're watching today.
Such a cost for team a playoff bid.
Guess we'll see how Sia handles all that pressure tonight.
I know Riley Gaines has some of those shirts, too, as you can see there, so it's good stuff. All right, folks, we won this election, but the fight to restore our nation is just beginning. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, is leading the way. They're the service provider for my phone, and it's more than cell phone service. It's a stand for freedom. Get reliable coverage on all three major networks, supporting the First and Second Amendments, life, and veterans. In fact, the entire Constitution, that's what they're about. Switching is easy. Keep your number or your phone with U.S.-based customer service. That's what's great about this. Just visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code RAV for a free month service. Fight for liberty with every call. You tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, you've been waiting all week. What does the body language expert have to say about all that Signal Gate testimony? It's next. back, everybody. It's Friday, and you know what that means. Our favorite segment of the week, body language, baby. I want to bring in host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube and former military interrogator. He is body language and behavior expert. Our man Greg Hartley is here. Greg, welcome to the program.
Good to see you, Grant.
All right, Greg, Signalgate was all the talk about, this app and the chat with the bombing of the Houthis. Was it classified? Was it not classified? All the arguments. So I figure we'll go through some of this body language. Let's start off with one of the first sound bites to come out of this right after this story dropped, which is Pete Hegseth on the tarmac going after Jeffrey Goldberg, the political hack that wrote this story.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does.
Now, Greg, for context, early on I criticized the response. It should have just been, we really screwed this up. Thank you for not releasing the information. Literally, that's all I would have liked to have seen him say. But he's got a lot of body language going on here, too, so I thought I'd let you lay it out for us.
Well, 100% agree. This is at the very least an OPSEC violation, and they should have said, hey, we made a mistake. The regulations will apply, then we'll investigate. I agree with you 100% there. What he does, however, is when he first starts off, he avoids the question by using something I call chaff and redirect. I've seen it so many times, where he spews out information that's not related until he gets to a point where he can take to a point that he wants, which is all the positive things about the warfighters. You can tell when he's animated. Look at that bouncing. He's animated, and he's telling you what he thinks as he punctuates the things about Goldberg he hates. He finds a thin target, goes after him, and then shifts to a positive message and leans in and starts to deliver the positive message. Chaff and redirect.
What is the leaning in back and forth? Because it looks to be, you've talked to me about the elephant that sways, but this doesn't look like that to me. Am I? Yeah, exactly.
It isn't. It's punctuation. No, this leaning in is punctuation, and bouncing is punctuation. When he hits a point where he's on Goldberg, and he sees him as a thin target, so it's easy for him to punctuate that way. And he does that gravity-defying move and bounces over, but then he looks at him. This is almost, if somebody did this to you, you would consider this browbeating, and this is browbeating.
Yeah. I want people to remember, too, Pete Hegseth for a long time was like me. He was a flamethrower on TV. I mean, so his first reaction is going to be to throw bombs, right? And now you're in a little different spot. I think he's going to learn some lessons through this. I think the whole messaging on this I wasn't really all that happy with. But let's play Jeffrey Goldberg, though. This is the guy who was so-called accidentally put in the signal chat. I'm not even sure that's the case yet. I'd like to know if this was a setup job. But here's Jeffrey Goldberg on MSNBC.
I'm going to be responsible here and not disclose the things that I read and saw. I will describe them to you. The specific time of a future attack, specific targets, including human targets, meant to be killed in that attack, weapon systems, even weather reports.
This ass clown makes me so mad because he says he's not going to release it, and then he goes and releases it the very next day. But your thoughts there, Greg?
Didn't believe him from the moment he started talking, because he does some downright eye accessing, he eye blocks where he's not looking at you, but he does what we would call a confirmation glance or a look for approval. Watch him look out from under his own eyelid over to see if how the person's responding to it, because that's the message he came to deliver. And so he's going to make it generic enough to make it look like I'm not going to tell you anything and then release the next day. I didn't believe it from the first part. Just look at it.
All right, interesting. That's the glare underneath looking down. It's great stuff.
Yep.
All right, this is after Goldberg releases the full chat. Now, I will say this. The administration basically egged him into doing it. They kept attacking. They just should have taken responsibility, and they egged him to release it and made this a story forever. They could have thanked him for not releasing it, and then if he released it, he would have looked like a real jerk. Instead, they egged him on to release it, and he does. Let's roll this. This is Pete Hegseth landing in Hawaii after the chat has been released.
Here to do. Nobody's texting war plans. Well, I noticed this morning out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
Greg, you were a military interrogator. He's right on that. But to a reasonable person, when you're talking about Tomahawk missiles, at what time, looking at a guy going into the house and the girlfriend's house, and it all looks like what we lay people would call war plans. I don't know it was a great argument, but your thoughts on the body language here?
Well, just for a second, take the greatest generation. Every one of them would say loose lips sink ships. Every one of them would tell you that. And that's OPSEC, and that's an OPSEC violation at the very least. I'm not going to defend that. It's funny because it almost feels like the scene from Animal House when they're being drawn in to shut down the fraternity, and he's trying to say, well, we did do this, and we did do that, and we did do this. So you can see he's animated. He's trying to say, he's parsing words. He doesn't have a legs down. He does the same thing he does chaff and redirect. I agree with you. They should have just said, hey, we made a mistake, and we'll fix it.
What would you tell them? Hey, we made a mistake and fix it. Is there something you could tell them when it comes to body language? Do you tell people, hey, try to stay more still or do the punctuation? How do you coach on that?
Well, the first thing is the more you move, the less powerful you look. If you notice when a person, you always say this about Trump, when he's standing there, people revolve around him. He doesn't move around a lot, and he stands more quiet and still. People who move less are perceived to be more powerful. All this movement, and he's a young guy for, in this world that he's in, so he looks a lot less strong by doing all the animated movement. I would suggest him he uses his hands, and he uses that to illustrate his point and drive his thing instead of bouncing around so much, because it's hard to believe as much.
Yeah, it is interesting. And when you think about Trump, even when he walks into a room, he comes in very slowly and he looks around and he's not bouncing and waving and all that stuff. Just, he might do one of those, but it's slow. And, clearly you're on to something here. Let me play one more. I know we're running up on the clock, but I got to get this in. This is at the National Security hearing. Representative Gomez asked Tulsi Gabbard about Pete Hegseth's drinking habits. This was totally out of line, but watch.
To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
All right,
you want to telegraph the answer you want to hear? Do you know, do you have knowledge of knowing? I mean, the sentence is structured such a way that you better say no. And look at the amusement in her face. Her eyes are kind of smiling a little bit, and her mouth looks like she's about to break into a smile. So she's amused by the question, I think, as much as anything.
Well, and then after that, John Ratcliffe literally blasted him for that. Let's play that real quick. We can do it.
Director Radcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
No. I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. Do you want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time.
I'm glad I played it, Greg. Take it away.
You're really going to try to paint a CIA director in a corner with words? Not really a smart move. And it's funny because you see that skeptical brow rise and then him open the whole can and go after him and start to browbeat, put his brow down and start attacking. And the guy's panicking and using all the regulators, all the control of conversation moves in the world to try to quiet the director, and it doesn't work.
In some respects, I'm surprised. You see John Ratcliffe has his glasses on. He's talking over it. If people watch me on the show, I take off my glasses all the time, especially when I get animated. I'm shocked he didn't actually take off the glasses to lean in.
It's a power move, actually, to look over your glasses and down your nose at someone. So I'm not surprised. It actually is pretty powerful if you do it to people.
You're right. When I worked for my father in the construction business, that's how he used to look at me from behind his desk. You really screwed this one up, kid, and he'd have us looking like
exactly.
that. So anyway, Greg Hartley, it's great having you on. Thank you.
Great time. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right, folks, remember his website is readbodylanguage.com. And, of course, the YouTube show, The Behavior Panel. Always grateful for Greg coming on. All right, up next, we have the striking footage from that massive earthquake in Thailand. It's hard to watch some of it. haven't seen the video of the damage from this earthquake in Myanmar, Thailand, also Bangkok, you've got to see it. This is dramatic. This is an entire building that basically collapses because of the earthquake. Now, we're being told there's 150 people dead. I mean, that has memories for me of 9/11 with that building coming down there. Obviously, this was an earthquake, not planes flying into a building, but frightening to say the least. You can see that high-rise shaking there. Right now, they believe 150 people dead. United States now is estimating the death toll will surpass 10,000 people here. 10,000 people from an earthquake. And you can see the water there coming in as well. Absolute disaster as people just basically ran for their lives. Where do you go? I mean, people say get underneath a doorway or underneath steps, something like that to protect yourself. But my Lord, this is, you got to get out of there, and you got to get out of there in a hurry. This is footage of a building collapse during the earthquake as the guy runs away from it. Is this what we're watching here, guys? It is, yeah. And so that was something else to watch. All of it, folks, leaves me saying, you know what? Say a prayer, not just for the people of Thailand, but say a prayer for everybody. You never know when something like this is going to happen. Mother Nature reaches out, and boy, you feel the wrath of it. But certainly our thoughts and prayers are with the people affected by that horrific earthquake. All right, what about the Tesla dealership in Las Vegas that was basically firebombed, as you could see the video here? The police gave a description of how this all went down. Roll it.
He attempted to mask his identity by wearing black attire, concealing his face, and wearing gloves. The suspect then began shooting the surveillance cameras with what appeared to be a rifle. You can see an image here of the suspect pointing the rifle towards a camera. At least 2 surveillance cameras were damaged by gunfire. And then upon shooting the cameras, the suspect proceeded to the front doors of the Tesla, and he began spray painting the words "resist" across the doors.
Resist. I'm going to resist the urge of going and tracking these people down myself. It's unbelievable, right? And to think why? Because they hate Donald J. Trump. That's why. The cops went on here and explained once they started using this Molotov cocktail situation.
He casually walks over to his first vehicle that's targeted. He will soon put down his backpack onto the ground. And then he transitions to the firearm. And you'll see him shoot into the vehicle. Once he shoots into the vehicle, he ends up going back from the vehicle to the bag and then back to the car, presumably picking up his item that he used to be able to firebomb the vehicle. We believe that was a Molotov cocktail. And you'll see in a moment here, the vehicle will ignite and ultimately fully engulf, causing severe damage.
And they want to say Republicans are dangerous. Why? Because we fight with words, the truth, and the Constitution. This is what these lunatics do. They will firebomb anything, anybody, any place, any business that they will perceive will get their political message across. This is why I call them domestic terrorists. This is about politics. It's about scaring you. It's bad news, and I hope more of them are captured. That guy was. All right, next up, Jon Stewart has a revelation about government waste in real time. It's next.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Well, folks, liberal Ezra Klein explains to Jon Stewart, the wacky lunatic liberal, that this $42 billion broadband plan from Joe Biden has not resulted in one person being connected to the internet. What's Jon Stewart's reaction? Watch.
And it says, to stop their progress now, or worse, to make them go backwards, would be a stick in the spokes of the most promising broadband deployment plans we have ever seen. End scene.
I'm speechless.
I'm speechless, he says. So, Jon Stewart's speechless. Are you red-pilled now, Johnny boy? Maybe. Probably not. This is the kind of waste that we saw through the Biden administration. And I promise you, you dig into $42 billion and not one person connected to the internet, you're going to get fraud in that too. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stinchfield's Army rolls.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night, Pizza Friday night. Welcome to the program. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus, one of my favorite platforms, 1175, Roku TV, Apple TV. You can also watch the show on Amazon Fire and Channel 106 on Select TV. And of course, everybody that joins us in the chat every single night, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, X, Facebook, Kickgetter, and of course, Instagram as well. Welcome to a Friday night. Damon is going to be joining us in hour number 2. In the meantime, for this Friday, you're stuck with us. The two Ricks and KDJ, Kevin Downey Jr. Welcome back to the program on a Friday night. How are you, my friend?
I'm groovy, thank you, sir. I'm groovy. I can't complain. I spent all day writing an article called "It's Genocide O'Clock. Where do you know where your courage is?" Currently doing well over at PJ Media. If you want to contribute to my bourbon fund, remember, folks, the more you read, the more I get to drink.
Especially for what you have to deal with on a nightly basis, I'm sure. I know you've got some comedy coming up. I know you've got your radio show. Tell everybody where they can find everything they need to know about Kevin Downey Jr.
Oh, thank you, sir. Right now, the website is under construction, so you can just find me on all the socials. I'll be Kevin Downey Jr. at most of them, except for Instagram. I'm actual KDJ. But find my radio one on Twitter, s'il vous plaît. That's at KDJ Radio Show. That's where all the fun is. That's where you get all the gigs and all the articles and all the radio goodness.
All right, very good. Now I heard you talking. You got a gig tomorrow night?
Yes, in Washingtonville, New York.
Oh, cool.
It's a fundraiser for the fire station up there. I think it's already sold out, but if you're anywhere near Washingtonville, you call up the fire station, or you can go to any of my pages. I've got posters all over the joint. You can see there, and all the contact info will be right there.
Right.
It's mixed in with all the commie clown slapping tweets that I throw out there.
And again, it is for a good cause. It's a fundraiser, as you said. So
yep.
if you are in that area, make sure you travel on down. Check out some of the comedy stylings of our guy Kevin Downey Jr. Slick Rick is here, of course, with sports. We got a busy sports weekend, don't we?
Oh yes, we do. Yeah, absolutely. We even have USFL getting started. Spring football is kicking off tonight.
That's
as well,
right.
As we got the NCAA second half of the Sweet 16, and should be a very busy weekend with that. And of course, we got the rodeo on Friday night. We're getting the rodeo in, and we got some sports scores, and well, of course, the Maine school district that's obviously defying President Trump's ban on transgender males in sports. So not good, not a good situation.
Are they still doing that?
Yep, up in Maine. I tell you, they should just pull funding, complete federal funding from Maine altogether. That's what they need to do.
All right. Well, you heard it from Slick. He'll have that story a little bit later on in the show. Like I mentioned, Damon will be joining us in hour number 2, so hang tight. We'll keep the show running for you. And if you are in the chats, welcome, of course. We'll jump in there as soon as we can. Lots of different things going on. I don't know if you've what are some of the top things I saw? Trump, he's got a court victory. We'll talk about that. King Charles is in the news, believe it or not, and it got me thinking. About and Kevin, I think you might be versed in this. When I remember before the Queen died, they were talking about King Charles, of course Prince Charles at the time, elevating to the title of king. And Nostradamus, they started playing all that Nostradamus stuff about how he's going to be he's going to have a short reign. So I started doing some digging. We'll cover that. I've got a UFO story. Yes, a UFO story. Believe it or not. But thanks. But I think the big thing, the big story, I think that really caught people's attention this morning has to be the big earthquake in Bangkok. Thailand. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I heard about it.
I guess Miramar. I get those two confused over there. I'm not very, very well versed on that part of the world. Don't really visit at all. But it's Myanmar. How the hell?
Did that used to be Burma?
It used to be Burma. I like Burma so much better.
It's way easier to
It's so much easier to say. I think people know where that is. They know where Burma is. They don't know where Myanmar is. Anyhow, major quake battering them. High toll feared as buildings topple. Some amazing video. I don't know if you've seen any of it out there. We do have some of it. And it's devastating when you see some of the stuff that's gone on. And now that, it started out this morning. I remember this morning they were reporting, we have 3 deaths. Now I think it's much higher than that. Much, much higher. Here's cut 7. Again, check this out. A 7.7 magnitude earthquake near Mandalay in the country already torn by war was felt across the southeast of Asia. Experts warn that there could be tens of thousands dead. Watch this. Look at this. You see this right here? There's a pool up there at the top of that building. And it's shaking so much, the water from the pool starts spilling over the side of the building.
Wow.
Yeah, as the building is rocking itself. They also had many buildings collapse. You'll see one of those coming up in this footage here. The powerful earthquake struck central Myanmar on Friday, gouging open roads, toppling century-old religious monuments, destroying multi-story buildings, and it shook a vast amount of Southeast Asia and dealt another severe blow. Here goes that building. Watch this. Look at this.
Wow.
Amazing. This building was under construction. There was a construction crew in that building working when it happened.
Oh, man.
So you've got many people missing, unaccounted for. Death toll continues to rise. They're unclear exactly what that could be, but now they're looking at modeling by the United States Geological Survey. Estimated death toll could likely reach or surpass 10,000. So just a devastating earthquake. Have either of you guys been in an earthquake?
No, I know you have because in California. You live there. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! This was 7.7. It's probably going to be. They're probably going to downgrade it a little bit, but I probably see this staying at over 7, and 7 is an amazingly high number for an earthquake. The one that I lived through in Northridge, California back in '94, that was a 6.9 they initially measured it at, and then they dropped it to a 6.7, but that was devastating to Los Angeles. I mean, it was nuts. It hit about 4 a.m. in the morning. Right, no warning. Unlike a hurricane or tornadoes, when it's tornado season, you kind of get that. Sure. You kind of get a feeling of what's happening.
Well, tornadoes are, they're a little quicker. Hurricanes, like 5 days in advance, a week in advance.
Exactly. But with an earthquake, it just kind of happens.
Yep. And
that's it. And there's nothing more humbling than being at the mercy of the entire Earth. Wow. Just deciding to go. Excuse me.
Right.
It's basically clearing its throat.
Yep.
That part of the earth is clearing its throat. And I remember we had a cat at the time. The cat, of course, knew something was up.
Right.
Jumped on me at 4 a.m. I couldn't figure out why this cat was hitting me in the face. Then about 10 minutes later, it sounded like the building exploded.
Wow.
It was one of those. See, there are two types of earthquakes. There's the ones that start gradually and then pick up steam, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then there are ones that are just kind of snap and it's there and it's on you. That's the one we had at 4 a.m. in Northridge. And it tossed everything in my apartment. You could hear every plate, every glass crashing to the floor. In the kitchen. Once it stopped, there was about a 50-second shake or hit. Jump out of bed, stand in the doorways because here comes the next one. There's another one. And then the aftershocks continued just one after the other after the other. You're trying to get out of the building. You don't know. You're watching cracks open up on the walls. Yeah. You can't open we couldn't open our door. Right. Me and my fiance, we couldn't open our door because the door jamb had shifted. So now we were stuck. So I had my neighbor, he kicked it open, and as we were exiting the building, our other neighbor, she couldn't get out, and we had to kick in her door as well.
Wow, that's crazy.
It was a crazy time, and then everybody's running out of the building because they don't know if it's going to fall, like you saw in some of that footage. Man, oh man, it's very humbling to be at the mercy of Earth.
Yeah,
and I bet 50 seconds is way longer than it seems. Once it's happening.
Oh my goodness!
Probably an eternity.
Yeah, especially when you're waking up at 4 a.m. on a king size waterbed trying to get out of bed.
Right.
Yep. And we've had some tremors on Long Island. We have felt some shift.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that. No.
But nothing like that. But so I can imagine what happened over there in the former country known as Burma, because it's so much easier to say. The quake measured by the USGS, like I said, had a magnitude of 7.7, strong enough that it leveled that 33-story building you saw that was under construction more than 600 miles away in Bangkok. So in neighboring Thailand, 600 miles away, not even at the epicenter, that building went down. At least 8 people were confirmed dead there. Dozens more were missing. And again, like I said, there were a 320-person crew of workers who were putting up that new building for the government when it came down.
Wow.
So just an amazing sight, a tragic sight, really, when you stop and think about it.
Yeah.
And again, there is literally nothing you can do when an earthquake hits, except hope that you're not where the earthquake hits.
For sure.
Exactly. Anyhow, so that's probably the biggest story. Of course, Donald Trump, he's on the move again. He's got other things going on. Like I said, he won an appeals case today. We'll get into that a little bit later. What's on your radar there, Kevin?
I've got all sorts of fun stuff. If you're interested, we can talk about all the nations suddenly seeing people die who have the overvaxxed. It's the overvaxxed. Okay. I've got a couple of them. Singapore, a lot going on. The people that got vaxxed the most. You want to go through a couple of these?
Sure.
Check this out. So this is New Zealand. Now, keep in mind, they got 260.78 vaccines for every 100 people. So what that means is, that's considered a lot.
Right.
Singapore is a little higher. They're 270. And what that means is just they've gotten a lot of vaxes and boosters and whatnot, all those things to kill you. And it's starting to happen. We're looking at this. This is New Zealand saying they're just crawling with people dying who had gotten the mRNA shot. Or actually a bunch of them. A lot of things I'm reading said if you got one, you're probably fine. If you're one of those wackos who says, I need all 19 shots, you're probably going to die soon. And, you're probably not wearing a MAGA hat. There you go. But it says New Zealand is now facing the stomach-churning reality of a public health crisis after the government's massive vaccination campaign led to the population being almost universally vaccinated for COVID. You know what? I think this is a population they're trying to kill. I think this is all about depopulation, folks. You know, they only want 500 million people or thereabout, and they're going to obviously enslave those people. But I firmly believe that this shot is not meant to help us. It's meant to hurt us. We got a cop in Canada. He just got punished because he noticed, hey, what's with all these kids who got the vaccine dying? And he's been found guilty of discreditable conduct. Really? Investigating, sudden surge of deaths among babies who died after receiving the COVID vaccine. Folks, kids don't die from COVID.
No.
Unless they have 4 or more comorbidities. Kids got sick and parents never even knew. Asymptomatic.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so the excess deaths in New Zealand, make what you want out of it. I think we know what's going on there. We'll take a quick break. We come back. We'll do some sports with Slick. We'll jump into some other news. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Stay there. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night live from the America First Warehouse. Joe DeBoats in the house. And everybody here doing a great job helping us put this show together. Again, this is only night number 2. We did last week as the first run. Now we've got this week as the second one. As you noticed, if you watched last Friday, the set has changed a little bit. We made some adjustments, depending on what things look like and suggestions from people. So that's good. It's going to continue kind of evolving until we get to the set that we're going to be on a permanent basis here on Friday nights. And then, of course, there's music going to be added, and fun and mayhem and hilarity. So
an after party.
Yes, and an after party.
After party.
So if you're lucky enough to come on down, if you're in the area, or if you're visiting the area, and you're like, hey, I want to come check out live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on on there's going to be an after party that starts right after hour number 2.
That's it.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be something that kind of evolves. So we'll keep you guys posted. Hopefully, we'll probably even be maybe streaming some of it if you can't make it for that. Could be the third hour. So.
I will hang out I will stay here till 1 a.m. and hang out with our peeps if I have to. I know you can't because you're up at 4 a.m. But I will be here the whole night. Well, you don't have to get up on Saturday, but Friday morning's a long day for you because you get up at 4 on Friday.
Yeah,
right?
but I can hang out on a Friday.
Take an extra long nap before.
I can stay up till 11.
There's your final hour.
Exactly. Anyhow, Farmer Brooke in the Twix chat says, "Tell Joe the Box we love him and thanks." So there you go from Farmer Brooke.
There you go.
There,
Farmer
Joe
Brooke.
the Box. Let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. That's LFS6B at checkout, and save yourself a lot of money on some great stuff on mypillow.com. Slick, what do you got for us?
Well, we got the NCAA men's basketball big night, the second half of the Sweet 16. Obviously, Duke and Alabama, Florida, Texas Tech, they've all moved on. And now's the second leg. We got Michigan State leading Ole Miss 33-31 at the half. Check that, Ole Miss is over Michigan State. Tennessee, Rick, the Vols are leading Kentucky 33-20 with 5 to go in the first. Tennessee
really?
Shot out of a cannon. Yeah, they're playing well. And then coming up at 9:39, this is the South region. Michigan will take on number 1 Auburn, and then we have Purdue and Houston, two big teams, right? Houston and Purdue and Auburn. It's going to be a good game all in all. That'll be a 10:09 tip. We'll be off the air by then. I'll keep you up to date with the scores as well. NHL, to the ice we go, getting down to the wire. Only about 10 games left in the season for most of these clubs, vying for those last wild card spots and a playoff position in mid-April. Utah Hockey Club trailing the Panthers 1-0 down in Florida, 8 to go in the second. Hurricanes and Canadians tied at 1, 14 to go there in the second. Also, with about 12 to go in the second, Canucks over the Blue Jackets 3-2, and the Jets blanking the Devils 2-0, 13 to go there in the first. Coming up at 8:30, we have the Golden Knights in Chicago taking on the Blackhawks, and the Rangers out in Anaheim taking on the Ducks. 10 p.m. West Coast trip for the Rangers. Rick, big one. The Rangers are trying to stay in there and get one of those final playoff positions. To the hardwood we go. Right now, the Cavaliers trailing the Pistons 63-58 at the half. 8 to go in the second. Nets and Clippers all tied up at 34. Knicks 12-8 over the Bucks. 7 to go there in the first early on. Pelicans early on as well. 14-6 over the Warriors. 6 to go there in the first. Get to a couple of quick stories, if I may. Well, I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. Maine School District defies Trump administrative ban on transgender athletes and girls sports. So the games continue, guys. Literally. Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart reporting. A school district in Maine is defying the federal government's Title IX ban on transgender athletes in girls sports. Maine School Administrative District 51 announced on Thursday that a transgender student at Greeley High School in Cumberland, Maine, will be permitted to continue playing in girls sports. Fox News has reported. School officials insist that the state law takes precedence over the Title IX rules, that they are bound by the law, and that they will continue to follow state law and the Maine Human Rights Act. So they're putting their stake in the sand there, Rick.
Yeah.
Maybe there'll be quicksand. To our students, thank you for your maturity, perseverance, and dedication to learning through these distractions. Please continue to lead the way, the district said in its statement. The outcome stands in contrast to a recent poll of Mainers, which found that 60% oppose allowing transgender athletes to play in girls' sports. 60%? That's it? Yeah. That's even lousy. That's a failing score in school. Come on. Maine leaped into the news in February when Maine Democrats censured a Republican representative for speaking out against trans athletes. Maine's left-wing governor, who garnered headlines for a confrontation over the issue with with President Trump during a meeting of governors in the White House. I didn't think that was necessarily a back and forth. That was more of a beatdown. President Trump pretty much ended her career, and I certainly hope she doesn't get reelected. So that continues that nonsense. I mean, it is so basic, it's so obvious, and it's such common sense. How in the world could you have a man in a woman's game? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I have a story coming up where somebody is actually saying there is no difference. A Democrat, of course, in Congress earlier today had stated that there's no difference between a man and a woman when it comes to sports. I will run that story a little bit later. Stay tuned and glued to your TV.
Yeah.
And that's a wrap there in sports. Rick, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. And, of course, save yourself a ton of money using our code LFS6B at checkout. And again, we've talked about this
ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, right. This whole idea of men and women's sports, boys against girls. Ladies, again, and we've seen it happen at a bunch of schools, high school and college, where the women just say, you know what, we're not doing this.
Yep. And
they walk off. That's what you need to do. You need to shame these people and point it out and put the spotlight directly on them so you can see that, you know what, Joanne is really Joey. And Joey seems to be kicking everybody's ass because he can't beat regular boys.
Yeah, like I always said, the whole thing's nuts, literally.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, someone called into my radio show here in Long Island. They're allowing a boy to compete against girls in track meets.
Really?
Yep.
See, and that's one of the most glaring differences.
Yep.
If you want to take a look at the real difference, go to a track meet or just look up the numbers. Numbers don't lie. Democrats do. Look up the numbers. What are the best times for the males versus the females? Depending on the distance, it can be anywhere from a few seconds in a 100-meter sprint.
That's a lot.
Which is a lot.
Sure.
To maybe 20, 30 seconds for a half mile.
Yeah.
40, 45 seconds for a mile.
All right, well, how about the young lady that President Trump had invited to his, well, not the State of the Union, but his first real, public speech, and she got brain damage from a spiked volleyball.
From a spiked volleyball that hit her in the
young
face.
lady, and I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's amazing.
And I heard those Penn State girls who were swimming with that dude, Leah Thomas.
Yeah.
He would shower with them.
That's disgusting.
He would shower with them. And they're like, this is really awkward. And there was a victim of sexual assault going, I don't like this. And they were told, shut up. Don't say a word. People aren't going to hire you once you graduate. We'll kick you off the team. You won't even get a job because everyone's going to see what a biggit you are. Biggity, biggity.
Yep. Nobody's sister, daughter, or girlfriend should be subject to that.
And you know what's amazing is that now they did start to come out and say it was a problem. They all hated it.
Yep.
And, they've kind of turned the focus back on Penn State and the terrible decisions they made in having this man pretend to be a girl. Let's face it. Hey, if you want to be a girl, if you want to pretend to be a girl all day, dress up. You could be Klinger. You could be whoever you want. That's great. Knock yourself out. But don't expect everybody else to play along with your psychotic break. Right. That's it. No. You got a mental problem.
I think it was UPenn.
Enjoy
right?
it.
It was UPenn. I think that was.
Was it?
Yeah, I think that was the school. Right? Was it UPenn? Pretty sure.
No,
that's not the same school that had a problem with a coach who was chasing young football player boys. Is it?
No, that was Penn State.
That is Penn State, yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, Sandusky. That was the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, if you want to play dress up, because that's all it is, it's dress up. You didn't have the surgery. Play dress up all you want. Instead, you know what? Halloween's every day for you. Awesome. Enjoy it. Go door to door, get some candy while you're at it. But don't expect normal people to play along with your psychosis. It's simple as that. Yep. So, again, girls, stand up for yourself. You need to do it.
I heard that was genocide.
Now it's
Words genocide, yeah. Stand up for yourselves. It's genocide against trans people.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We come back. We'll see what Kevin Downey Jr. has been talking about. Probably crushing commies. Pounding on the pedos.
Probably.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, more live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Friday night, live from the America First Warehouse. You got us. All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Pizza Friday night, live from the America First Warehouse. We're going to be doing this each and every Friday night till they tell us not to. But it's going to be evolving as we go along. So this is version number 2. We'll have version number 3 next week. Eventually, we're going to start opening the doors. We're going to have people inside. We're going to have an audience. And then hour number 3 will kick off, which will probably end up streaming, I think, at some point.
Nice.
With some live music. And just
comedy, too. Big D said we're going to do some comedy as well.
Yeah.
KDJ is the only person that could do the comedy here for us.
So we can do some of that. Well,
he's a stand-up guy.
It'll be a fun time. I think we have the potential to have some really good stuff coming out of here at the America First Warehouse every Friday night. So
Absolutely.
And there's no place like this on the planet.
No place like this. I mean, I'm telling you, it is worth the trip. Like KDJ just said, you got to come down here. This place is just an absolute. It's a homage, really, to the president and to the movement and to the Patriots. It's the ultra MAGA mansion.
Yeah, it's definitely a tribute to President Trump and the MAGA movement. So if you are visiting the Long Island area, of course, make your plans to stop by and check out the America First Warehouse, because it's definitely worth the trip. You'll be able to get some great pictures, and you never know, you might see us hanging out here. So there you have it. Real quick, I don't know if you guys caught this. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy was at it today. Did you hear what he did?
Oh, he's throwing bodies out the door.
And he's called slapping. And he called out West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey to lose 30 pounds.
That's hilarious.
He said he wants him to participate in a monthly weigh-in. Of course, he's pledged to make America healthy again and proposed reforms related to various health initiatives, including changes to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. He's frequently advocated for eliminating processed foods, including sodas.
Good for him.
From SNAP benefits and stuff like that. Yep. So he's trying to push us in the healthier, right direction, so we don't end up too dependent on chemicals and those pesky pharmaceuticals that they think, we'll just get everybody on a drug and you'll be healthy. That's not the way it works. You just end up being a customer for life. So anyhow, Kennedy appeared alongside the governor of West Virginia, Mr. Morrisey, and to commend the state's initiatives to improve public health and a new ban on synthetic food dyes in school lunches. Here he is challenging the governor, like I said, to lose weight. I think he's almost, I don't know. I think he's fat shaming him. Cut number 1. Cut number 1. Here it is. Because he didn't do it in private. He didn't say, hey, maybe I'll throw it down. He does it in front of this huge crowd.
They want to set an example
with a microphone.
Yeah.
Cut number 1. Check it out.
I've been lucky enough that I've been able to spend a lot of my career doing work in this state, in the mining country, and trying to end pollution and give people a chance to live healthier lives. I want to thank Governor Morrisey for his visionary leadership. I got to know Governor Morrisey early in the transition. We were both down in Palm Beach working on the transition in Mar-a-Lago. And we were both invited to stay during that time at Dr. Oz's house. And I got to know, I said to Dr. Morris, or Governor Morrisey, the first time I saw him, I said, you look like you ate Governor Morrisey. and there was a lot of talk about getting healthy again, and I'm very happy that he's invited me to be his personal trainer. And I am going to put him... I'm going to put him on a really rigorous regimen. And we're going to put him on a carnivore diet. We're going to make him raise your hand if you want Governor Morrisey to do a public weigh-in once a month. And then when he's lost 30 pounds, I'm going to come back to the state and do a celebration and a public weigh-in with him.
Oh, man.
Wow. Again, I don't know about you, but that's kind of fat shaming the poor guy, especially in front of his own people.
Especially when he said he ate the guy.
Yeah, you look like you ate Governor Morris.
Yeah.
That's like one of those grandmothers that doesn't know when you should and should not talk.
Oh,
right. Are you still a hooah? You were a hooah in 10th grade. Have you stopped being a hooah?
Yeah, my grandmother used to say that to me, actually.
Anyhow, so of course, as you heard, RFK Jr.'s words were met with laughter and applause from the sidelines. Morrissey said that may be a little more than I bargained for, but I guess he's going to be on board. He's going to give it a shot. And you know what? Good for him. Again, West Virginia seems to be leading the way in banning certain synthetic food dyes in school lunches, and those all are expected to take effect in the next few months, maybe as early as August. So we'll see what happens with that.
Nice.
Kicking it over to Kevin Downey Jr. Again, Kevin Downey Jr. From the radio show, from PJmedia.com, from his stand-up comedy career, and of course, just being generally KDJ. How are you?
I'm groovy, thank you. I'm groovy. Folks, don't forget you can catch my little radio shindig, Kevin Downey Jr. show, 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go to linewsradio.com, and I'll have you know, a lot of your viewers are listening to my show now.
That's awesome.
So I want to thank you for allowing me to gank your crowd. I'm going to take them. I'm going to keep them. And you mentioned punishing the pedos. Funny you should say that. Idaho has voted to, they're going to execute pedophiles.
Really?
Yeah, and they're calling them pedophiles. They're not calling them maps or any of that commie nonsense.
You mean a minor attracted person?
Yes, a map.
Yes.
Yes, a map or a YAP, a youth attracted person. That's they're changing the language, folks, so they can make it normal. They want to put an M on the end of LGBT, FBI, whatever they're going with that. They're going to put it on there. But an M looks better than a P, and that's what this is about. But not in Idaho. If that kid is 12 or younger, well, boom, that's it. Punishable by execution. And this bill also introduces a mandatory minimum prison sentence for aggravated lewd conduct involving minors up to age 16 in cases that do not meet the death penalty criteria. So, as the cultural Marxists try to make pedophilia okay and try to chop up your kids into transbobs and whatnot and take them away from you, we have a state. I might be moving to Idaho because this is the only one I know where they're saying, yep, we got to do something about this. And here's the good news and the bad news. The bill passed 30-5. So there are 5 people who said, nope, let's not kill the pedophiles. Got to keep them around. I don't know if they're just against all executions. I don't know. Some people are, and I get that. Religious reasons. Yep, I get that. Full respect for that. I just hope that this isn't an attempt to shield pedophiles from getting what they deserve.
Right. Or try to, like you said, normalize it, because that's what they do. They try to normalize it by changing the terms. It's like, I'm a minor attracted person. I'm not a pedophiles. It's too dirty. It's too nasty. It has a connotation to it. I'm a minor or like you said, a youth attracted person. No, you're a dirtbag. And let's face it. Anybody that would do that to a child, there's something wrong with them.
Yep.
That can't be. You can't talk it through in therapy. You're broken. As far as I'm concerned, you're broken as a person.
You know what I think is even sicker? These judges who won't let Trump fly rapists and murderers out of the country.
Yeah.
They're standing in the way. They're saying, no, we got to keep them here because that's all, again, part of the communism that's coming our way, which is going to lead to genocide. I wrote about that. You might want to check that out. That's me plugging myself at pjmedia.com. It's a pretty good piece. Yeah, and look at this. We got time for another one?
Of course.
This is bad. So Tucker Carlson's got his online network, and he had a doctor on, Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong. Sounds half Irish, at least. I like that. And he was saying there are so many cancer cases popping up.
Yes.
And they all have one thing in common, and that would be the mRNA vaccine to keep you from getting that COVID virus that 99.5% of all Americans survived. And he says it's everywhere. And it's only getting worse. And it ends with, near the end, Tucker Carlson goes, but billions of people got the shots. And Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong says, yep, and that's what keeps me awake at night. It scares the pants off of me. So aggressive cancer is blowing up across the world, but only people that had a bunch of shots. That, I don't know, someone earlier, I think I think it was me saying they're trying to kill us, trying to call the herd.
Yes.
I see it, the depopulation, I see it. I see it all over the place. Mad Bomb shouts to King Reptile. Bill Gates, I'm sure he's involved in this somewhere.
Oh, no
He
doubt.
always is.
Yeah,
always is.
Well, you know what it is, and we've talked to, I forget which doctor it was, so I won't say any names, but it had to do with turbo cancers, and that's, the cancers that all of a sudden they're on you, and they call it turbo cancer because it happened so fast that people didn't even realize that they were even sick. At the time, it's like they walk into the doctor, thinking, I just don't feel right. And all of a sudden, it's like, no, you're at stage 4. You might want to make some finalized plans.
Yeah.
Which is insane when you think about it, but it's all linked. And again, we've never heard of turbo cancer until after the mRNA shots, right? Right. We never heard of I never heard of myocarditis or any of that other stuff.
I heard of, yes.
I'd never heard of it before the COVID shot.
Yeah, myocarditis.
I never heard of it in kids.
Yeah, but not turbo cancers. That's a new one.
Yeah.
I was in pharmacy, so obviously I would have heard of it.
Right.
And this doctor, he's no joke either. It says here, I shall read my broadcaster's voice. One of the world's leading oncologists is sounding the alarm after linking the global epidemic of terrifying aggressive cancers to the spike protein from the COVID mRNA vaccines. This guy, he's made zillions of dollars inventing cancer drugs. He knows what he's talking about. And probably better than most doctors.
Yeah.
This guy is in it to win it.
And it's funny because I saw a little bit of that interview you're talking about, and Tucker asked him, he said, look, you've made billions of dollars, developing drugs that treat cancer and stuff. He goes, why are you still doing this? He goes, because it like you said, it keeps him up at night. He could take his money and just walk away and have a great life. Yep. But he's still working at it because this is something that bothers him, and he's trying to find a way to stop it.
Yep.
So it's crazy, when you think about that. But that's the reality of the situation is all of a sudden, there's excess deaths throughout all these countries, and it all started after 2021.
Yep.
What happened at 2021?
Can't imagine.
Where you would start to see things start to happen in 2022 and 2023 and all the way up to today. Oh, I think we know what happened. Something got rushed through, got okayed, even though it wasn't safe and effective, as they said, and was basically it could be looked at as some doctors have called it a Trojan horse.
Oh yeah. You know what I saw today? I haven't seen it in a while. The Gropey Joe Biden tape. Our patience is wearing thin.
Yes, I saw that too.
This is your vaccine, and you got to get it. But here's the thing: if I don't get it, but he has it, he supposedly can't get it from me.
Right.
That's when we knew.
Yeah.
That's when we knew. Well, you're filling up the hospitals. All the other people can't get in. The hospitals. That didn't really happen at the extent that people want to believe it did.
Right. And it's funny because in that speech that you were just talking about, he talks about, there are people taking their last breaths in hospitals saying, if only I'd taken the vaccine.
Right.
No, they weren't, Joe.
No.
That's just all in your head because that's all that goes on in your head. Anyhow. All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll do some more sports. We'll get some bracketology updates. And again, Damon's going to be joining us for hour number 2 live right here from the America First Warehouse, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcoming you to the program. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you've been here, of course, we appreciate it. If you are live in the chats, we try and of course, mention you and make sure we share the love there. Broke spoke. No, I did not get pulled over by a UFO. It was an actual county police officer that pulled me over. Very nice guy. He understood what I did and why I did it, and gave me a warning and sent me on my way. There you go. And he didn't even watch the show. He didn't say, "Hey, you're that guy."
Oh. Talk about a happy medium.
Yeah, exactly. Again, live from the America First Warehouse right here, Long Island, New York. Joe the Box hosted us, and we appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Great
Joe.
venue.
We'll be doing this every Friday night as the show, as this thing evolves into something that becomes live with audience and music and entertainment and goofiness and mayhem and hilarity. You'll be a part of it if you want to be. And, of course, the doors will soon be open to people coming and joining us here. So we look forward to that.
Do we know when that is?
I don't know yet.
I don't know. I'll find out on the break.
Maybe a few more weeks.
Yeah.
You know, the kind of, because I know that they want to change a little bit of the stage, and they've got some ideas.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's going to be an ongoing process. It'll be cool.
Yep.
And believe me, once they open the doors, we will let you guys know.
I think
about
Aaron
it.
said sometime in May.
Sometime in May.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. We've got Kevin Downey Jr., of course, joining us. You can see his writing style on pjmedia.com. Of course, the more you read, the more he drinks. He loves that bourbon style, doesn't he?
I do love bourbon. Throwing that out there. And remember, my birthday's only 9 months away.
Really?
So, yeah, maybe 10. I don't really know. November. So, whatever. You
Talk about a long-term pregnancy.
Get those gifts in early.
All right, let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself big money on great stuff from MyPillow.com. MyStore.com as well. You got some great stuff there as well. Slick Rick, what do you got for us?
All right, just quick update on NCAA men's basketball. March Madness Final Four. We're heading to the wire. Men's basketball championship South region right now in the Sweet 16. Good game. Ole Miss over Michigan State, 50-47. It was just tied up, and then Ole Miss must have hit a three, but that game's been going back and forth. 8:30 to go in the second half. Good one to tune in on. At the half right now, Tennessee up by 15, 43-28. Seem to have the game in control. Midwest region, that is. And Michigan's taking on Auburn. That's about a 9:39 tip or so, depending on when the Kentucky game wraps up with Tennessee. And then Houston is going to take on Purdue. That's the nightcap game, 10:09 for the Midwest region. So good, exciting basketball tonight. Be more games tomorrow, obviously. I'll get to a couple of quick stories, if I might. Bus carrying high school lacrosse team catches fire on West Virginia roadway. This is Amy Fuhr of Breitbart. Yes, a bus fire erupted on a roadway in Sissonville, West Virginia on Thursday evening, putting numerous young people and several adults in danger. Video footage recorded the scene just after the Medina High School girls lacrosse team bus caught fire on I-77 North. WKYC reported on Friday. Sissonville Fire Department Public Information Officer Zach Best said crews were alerted to the fire that occurred near the Haynes Branch Road exit after the bus driver reported hearing sounds coming from the vehicle's engine. The clip shows that responders arriving at the scene where flames were eating away at the bus, sending large plumes of black smoke into the air. The people on the bus included 18 team members, their coaches, and the driver, who escaped the vehicle safely thanks to help from bystanders who stopped when they saw the fire. Good Samaritans, obviously. Authorities did not report any injuries as a result of the incident. Best noted that they were then taken to the main fire station to get cleaned up, have some food, and make contact with their families until another bus arrived for them to continue their drive home. WKYC report said the majority of the team's equipment was saved when the fire erupted, per the Akron Beacon Journal. Additional video shows smoke coming out of the bus after firefighters quelled the blaze and blackened the front end. According to Best, the bus leaked about 50 gallons of diesel during the incident. So thankfully the kids are okay there. In a statement following the fire, Medina City Schools expressed gratitude to those who helped get everyone away from danger. So wow, quite a scary moment there, and you never know what's going to happen. And I want to get into this story real quick. I alluded to this earlier on our last sports segment. Democrat state senator claims female bodies are just as strong and fast and capable as male bodies.
Of course they are.
You believe this? Paul Boy of Breitbart. Pennsylvania, of course, course, Democrat State Senator Lindsey Williams defended trans athletes participating in women's sports by claiming that female bodies are just as strong and fast as male bodies. Speaking before the committee vote on the Save Women's Sports Act, Lindsey said women are just as physically capable as men in athletics. I want all girls to know that there are elected officials like me who believe female bodies are just as strong and fast and capable as male bodies, Williams said. I mean, I can't even believe what I'm reading here on TV. I want all girls to know there are elected officials like me who would never underestimate your ability to beat a boy at their own sport, because that's what the premise of all this bill assumes, that female bodies are less than male bodies, that girls are at an automatic disadvantage and can't possibly compete against boys, even though girls do it every day, she added. Williams further said that men participating in women's sports is a made-up issue. Okay. For that reason, other than political gain, are we spending time and taxpayer dollars on a completely made-up issue, she said. This is just crazy. As noted by Fox News, the United Nations released a study showing that nearly 900 biological males have fallen short of victories because they have been defeated by transgender athletes. The study, Violence Against Women and Girls in Sports, said more than 600 athletes did not medal in more than 400 competitions in 29 different sports, totaling over 890 medals are reported. Perhaps this senator should be reading this report, right? Americans overwhelmingly support keeping men out of women's sports by a sizable majority that has only grown in recent years, according to the latest polls. Yeah. So had to get that story in, Rick. Just absolutely insane.
Yeah, just the insanity continues, of course, because they think, well, it's just the same. It's not the same. You know it. No. We know it. Everybody knows it. You can't hide it. But they'll still throw it out there and try to dupe everyone into believing, oh, no, everybody's just the same. No, it's not. Stop being stupid.
Yeah, sure.
Anyhow, is that it?
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap in sports. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Speaking of women and men and stuff like that, Slick, I think this goes appropriately with it. President Trump was asked the ever-popular question, what is a woman? Believe it or not, he could answer it.
I bet you he could.
Yes, he could. This is cut number 5. Here is his response to that question from a reporter today. Cut 5.
You platform so many great women, like your chief of staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, Congressman, Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going, because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women.
Yeah, so there you have it. President Trump speaking, answering the question that even the Supreme Court justices can't seem to answer.
With no hesitation.
Absolutely. Right, as to what is a woman.
Come on.
All right, that just about does it. Our first hour in the books, as we are continuing on a Pizza Friday
night. In the house.
Yeah, Big D is going to be joining us now. He's just loading up on the Pizza Friday pizza. Live from the America First warehouse. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. We'll see you in the chat. We'll be right back. Stay there.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Hour 2, live from Studio 6B, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Real America's Voice at the America's First Warehouse and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in on a Friday night, a Pizza Friday. I want to thank the boys for allowing me to go to my son's game. Just got back to the America's First Warehouse. Of course, my son actually and my parents are here. Wanted to check out the America's First Warehouse, and if you've never seen this place, man, it is something to see. Joe the Box and everybody here does a great job, of course. Delgado's doing news. Kevin Downey Jr. here on a Friday night, as always, the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11, right here on LI News Radio. And Slick's doing sports.
16.
What's big updates in the games tonight, Slick? Well, first of all, what did you think of last night's games?
Oh, great game last night, man. Arkansas just fell short. Man.
Calipari. I feel bad for Calipari.
So close, but Florida looked strong. Alabama looked phenomenal. Looked like an NBA team last night. And a good game going on right now. Michigan State in a tight one. And I'm giving them scores. I'm keeping them updated, Big D.
All right, very good. So what did you guys talk about in hour one, Delgado?
We covered the earthquake over in
terrible
Myanmar, whatever it's called, Burma, formerly known as Burma, because it's so much easier to say.
Yeah, it was bad.
I think Trump was asked about that in. I think he was asked about it today in the Oval Office. He was signing some executive orders and. He said that they're on it, and he said they're going to send people. I thought he said they're going to send people.
They might.
Yeah.
I mean, they're looking at upwards of maybe 10,000 dead at this point from some of the estimates.
Golly.
Yeah, just insane.
Did you talk about X getting sold?
No.
Nope.
Very interesting here. Elon technically sold X, and he sold it to XAI.
So he sold it to himself.
So he kind of sold it to himself, I guess, when you technically look at it. But I was trying to think of the strategic value here of XAI buying X, and I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve. John Solomon tonight reports that Musk announced he sold the social media company to his AI company for $33 billion. And of course, if I remember correctly, he bought X for 45. Yeah, right? 45.
Well, see, now this headline says he sold it for 45, and I remember that I thought he bought it for 48.
Well, it says Musk purchased the social media company in 2022 for $44 billion.
Okay, 44.
He announced on Friday that he sold his social media company X to his artificial intelligence company, XAI, for $33 billion, which is obviously $11 billion less than he paid for it. XAI and X's future are intertwined, Musk wrote in a post on X today. Today, we officially take the step to combine the data, the models, the compute, the distribution, and the talent. This combination will unlock immense potential by blending XAI's advanced AI capability and expertise with X's massive reach. And, I mean, I don't know. I'm not totally all into this AI stuff, but I mean, if you use Grok, you guys use Grok on X, I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, I used ChatGPT when it kind of first hit the market, and I just feel like this thing is way slicker. Right? Have you used it, Kev?
I have. I've come up with logos for my radio show using it.
Oh, wow.
You just tell it.
That.
Tell it.
And no, I don't like that. We'll do it again. It'll keep giving you more.
Yeah, you talk to it like you would talk to someone who handed it to you. You go, no, I change this. And, okay.
Rocking. Wow.
It's amazing.
And it's built right into X. It's like built right into the app.
Yeah, I love it. I use it all the time.
It's pretty wild. So I saw that driving over here, and I was trying to think of what the strategic. I don't know, but I'm sure Elon's got something up his sleeve. So
right. In 5 years, we'll figure it out. In 5 years.
I'm wondering if it's protecting X from a takeover of some sort, because they want it back. The Pinkos want it back. They hate free speech.
Well, of course, they're trying to establish. I mean, Michelle Obama now has a podcast, right? She's going to be the new Joe Rogan. God. They're all trying to establish why. I have no idea. It's unlistenable.
Big Mike Rogan?
Absolutely. Absolutely unlistenable on the left. And that's why you look at people like Scarborough and all of these losers who end up at MSLSD. Well, it's because that's why they ended up. That's why they're there, because they couldn't make it in radio.
Right.
They couldn't, because there's no money in left-wing radio, because no one listens to it. So in essence, there's no advertisers, because advertisers don't want to spend money where there's no ears. And no one listens to left-wing radio.
Right. A great example is Air America. Remember them?
Yeah.
Way back in the day. That was going to be the answer to the right-wing radio domination that, AM was, cluttered with all these right-leaning radio networks. That lasted, maybe about a year until all the big investments dried up because they weren't making money. As simple as that. It's a very depressing format. If you're a leftist trying to have fun on there's no fun in being a leftist. It's just anger all the time. So nobody wants to listen to that crap. They get that at home.
Yeah, and of course you think of conservative radio. Of course, who do you think of first? Rush.
Right.
And you think of Rush, Sean, and Mark Levin dominating the 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. all across this country for 20 years. And that's exactly what they did. Imus over at ABC dominated in the morning, and then on Fox Business. And on 660 The Fan, on sports radio, when he went there, all the money went with him. Howard Hardell listeners, but he had no money. Because who wanted to invest in some guy talking about naked chicks running around? They all wanted to invest in Imus. That's why he had all the high. And then Rush, Mark, and Sean dominated 12 to 9. There's been no leftist radio that anyone. That's why they're attacking, by the way. They're trying to get AM radio out of cars. We went through that last year.
Yeah. And another tactic they used was Soros buying all the Hispanic radio stations. Why? Because the Hispanic talk stations lean right, and they're trying to close that down.
Yeah.
They did that in Florida. They pretty much took over all those stations, changed the formats.
Yeah,
because they know that the Hispanic community is a conservative community. They got their Velvet Jesus pictures on the wall, and they go to church, and everything's about family, and they don't like that. So,
yeah. Well, so anyways, what's been going on in the news, Delgado? What'd you guys cover in hour one?
Like I said, we covered a bunch of things. We covered the. Of course, we covered the earthquake. Kevin talked a little bit about the increase in deaths, mainly in New Zealand right now. Turbo cancers, which are on the rise, stuff like that. We just covered a bunch of different things. I was holding back a few things just for you because I knew you were going to be interested in them.
You got a UFO story.
I got a UFO story just for you, Damon.
I knew you wait for that.
Too bad there wasn't overtime in the game, but there was not. All right, good. We'll get to that. We'll get to sports. Kevin Downey Jr., I'm sure, has got some news as well. Here in hour two, we're at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night, which we will be going forward, and pretty soon you'll be here too. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I saw the president was on today in the Oval Office, and again taking just seemingly unlimited questions on things. It seemed to me that the signal gate got a little less today. Did you sense that in the? Yeah,
a little bit. It's starting to die off. I think they're realizing it's going nowhere. no matter what they tried. Did you see Tim Burchett respond to the one kid that tried to get him?
No. I love Burchett.
This is great. And it's a quick clip. It's cut number 9. It's Signalgate. You know, they're going to try and milk this thing for as long as they can because they have nothing else left. Here is cut number 9. Tim Burchett destroying a little woke soy boy as he tries to corner him on Signalgate. Check this out. Cut 9.
Do you trust Trump's national security team to keep our war plans top secret?
Do you trust your mother every night to fix your Hot Pockets and make sure your Game Boy is turned on?
Yeah, I love him. That's exactly right, by the way.
You know what, though?
That's a perfect response.
Yeah. Here's the ugly part to this. Now there's another big lie in the universe. Remember, Trump said to take horse goo to fix COVID. He never said that. He never said to drink bleach. But now there are knucklehead liberals running around Facebook going, Trump's people revealed war plans. They were not war plans. Right. They were not war plans at all. Classified info. Nothing was classified. But now they're never going to believe it. That's just another thing that they will latch onto. So look at another thing he did, and it's a complete lie.
Right. KDJ, you haven't been on, obviously, until today. We've talked about this all week. I'm interested in your take. Do you think this was a setup? Do you think this guy, how did Jeffrey Goldberg get on there? Was it somebody looking to set Trump up? Wasn't it just a mistake where you go, how the heck does this happen? Well, what was your take?
Well, thank you for asking. I'll tell you, this was a setup. There's no way that knucklehead's number got in. This is the guy who lied and said Trump claimed that soldiers killed in war are suckers and losers. A big lie. The left clings to it because they need that. They need something to justify their hatred. And there's no way that guy's number just accidentally got in. Someone did this, and it was all an attempt to make Trump look bad or make Trump's people look bad or maybe even get Hegseth canned or something. This is an inside job. I smell a stink badger in the perfume aisle from a mile away on this one.
Yeah, we knew you would. You kind of answered it, but I clarify. You don't think it was obviously someone immediately under Trump like Waltz. You think it was somebody under him?
Yes.
Like how far under him? People are pointing to this Alex Wong.
Well, yeah, he's looking credible. Now, all right. So we are all in the news media business. How many of you have this guy's number?
Oh, let me check.
I don't.
Yeah,
no, I do not.
No. You know what? Not only do I not have his number, I didn't even know his name.
Oh. No, I didn't either. I knew the lie he made up, but I didn't know the name. There's no way this was an accident. It can't be.
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
Yeah. I think you're right on the Hegseth thing. I think he's the end target because I think they think that he's the most dangerous to their well-funded, comforted retirement in the military industrial complex and everything else.
Yeah.
I think they think he's the biggest threat, which is why even President Trump said, wait a minute, why ask me about Hegseth? Waltz has already basically said, yeah, my screw up, I'll take responsibility and then, kind of go from there. And you're all asking me about Hegseth.
Right. Yep.
It's clear that's why, because Hegseth they see as the guy that they want to get out.
Absolutely. I think, and you know what? I mean, it makes me sick, but Tim Walz was like, we need a shadow government to fight Trump. They have one, and this guy's part of it. There's no way this wasn't an accident, and they're going to do it again. And I'll be honest, and I don't even like to talk about this, I'm not convinced there isn't another assassination attempt coming. I'm not convinced there isn't. And those are just words that no one wants to talk about.
Right.
These Slimers aren't going away. These swamp wigglers, they're not going away. They're digging their heels in, and they're circling the wagons. They're going to try to wait it out for the next 4 years maximum, according to them, is what they're thinking. And they're just going to fight the whole time. Now, here's the fun part. You can't win an election when you've spent the last 4 years protecting rapists and drug dealers from Venezuela and men in women's sports. You can't win an election. I'm not convinced they don't have other more nefarious plans for some sort of a takeover.
See that?
You can see that, Slick?
Yeah. Well, we've seen it already, right?
Yeah.
We've seen the operations of the three-letter agencies, the FBI, the CIA. We know what they're up to. Mm-hmm. And, you talk about shadow government. That's what Obama was doing during Trump's first term.
Yes.
Running a shadow government. He was dispatching, what do you call it, Frankenstein head. What's his name? Kerry.
Oh,
all around the world as a spokesperson.
Yes, that's true.
Right? So, I mean, that's what we were seeing.
He looks like a tree from Wizard of Oz that talks, doesn't he?
He does look like one of those
Are you
trees.
hinting my apples aren't what they ought to be? He looks like one of those guys.
He does look like that tree.
All right, Friday night live from Studio 6B. We'll do some news and sports when we get back right after this. Do you believe the computer's dead?
Sound like the blues. If you own your Damon's computer, he's got the blues. Which is why I'm doing the read.
That is true.
That's a Bluetooth
I have the computer blues.
Yeah, he's got the computer blues. Tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation. No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs. And in these volatile markets like right now, don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Take control and safeguard your savings. That's why so many Americans today are turning to Birch Gold Group. They've helped tens of thousands convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. Is it your time to do that? Well, it could be. It's the time to hedge your bet against inflation and economic instability with gold. To learn how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text America to 989898. That's America to 989898. And Birch Gold will do the rest. They'll send you a free, no-obligation info kit. Again, text America to the number 989898 with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews. We trust Birch Gold to help protect savings with gold, and you can too. It took decades to get into the tangled mess that we're in, but trying to unpack it now, how long will it take to get out of it, and at what cost? Only we don't know. So text America to 989898 today and find out what Birch Gold can do for you. That's America to 989898 and get your free info kit on gold from Birch Gold.
All right, thanks, Rick. Trying to get my computer working. Live from Studio 6B, 18 past the hour on a Friday night here at the America's First Warehouse. Delgado's going to do some news. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to do some news as well. Slick's going to do sports. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always on a Friday. Let's do some sports. March Madness. We're going to get to the we're going to get to the Elite Eight by the end of the weekend.
Yes, sir. Sunday night.
We got games going on tonight. Slick's got sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. MyPillow, LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, you're just as you said, men's basketball championship, South Region Sweet 16. We got a barn burner going on the hardwood. Michigan State right now, 67-65 over Ole Miss. 33 seconds to go in regulation. So, wow, that's right down to the wire. That's bounced back and forth. Michigan State was losing by 6, and then they came back, and right now they're up by 2. But, you know, in basketball, that's a lifetime 33 seconds. I don't have to tell you, you've sat through many of those. Tennessee, the Vols in command, 58-45 over Kentucky. This is the Midwest region. Sweet 16, 10 to go there in the second. A lot of time, but Tennessee's kind of had them under their thumb most of the game, Rick. So we'll see what happens there. Good one coming up, Michigan and Auburn. That will be the South region. That's a 9:39 tip. And then Purdue taking on Houston. A lot of people like number 1 Houston. That's a 10:09 tip on TBS. So great college basketball. Big D, you're right. We'll have the Elite Eight by Sunday night.
Both Auburn and Houston, 8.5 point favorites. So the odds makers don't think either one of those games is going to be too close.
No, well, we'll see. You never know. But I tell you, that Michigan State game is a good game right now. Wish I was catching that. Panthers and Utah Hockey Club tied at 1 on the ice. 44 to go there in the third. Hurricanes lead the Canadians down in the Carolinas, up 3-1. 11 to go there in the third. Also in the third, Canucks taking care of. Well, they're just nipping the Blue Jackets right now, 5-4. Jets blanking the Devils, 2-0 up in Winnipeg. 8 to go there in the second. And at the end of one, the Blackhawks blanking the Golden Knights there, 1-0. Rangers taking on the Ducks. That's a 10 p.m. puck drop out west. To the NBA we go. Just a couple of quick scores. Pistons 114-104 over the Cavaliers. 5 to go there in the fourth. Clippers over the Nets, 100-63 in Brooklyn. Looks like it's all over but the crying in Brooklyn for the Nets this year. 2:39 to go there in the third. At the half, the Knicks up 60-49 over Milwaukee. Knicks looking good. They also want to get a good seeding in the playoffs. Everything's coming down to the wire, Big D. But you know it's Friday night. You know where we got to go. We got to go to the Rodeo Dodo. And here we go. Rodeo Houston going on. Wrapping up tomorrow night. We're at the Travis County Expo Center. Nice purse for this, too. 364 buckaroos. First round, bareback riding. Rocker Steiner. I love that name. 88 points on Dakota Rodeo's Guitar Town. Picking up 5,072 buckaroos. And we're going to steer wrestling. And we're going to the second round there. And the leader, Jacob Edler. 33.7 seconds. Not a bad time there. Team roping. We have a second round as well. Shay Dixon and Carol and Logan Moore. 3.9 seconds. Saddle Bronc. Again, semifinal 2. Statler Wright. 87 points on Diamond G Rodeos. Dr. Charlie. Tied down roping. Second round. Haven Megid. 7.5 seconds. Bull riding. The granddaddy of them all, of course. Semifinal 2. We have Wasey Shalala Shala. 90.5 points on Andrew Rodeos. A18. Total payoff 82,000 tonight. And then we go on the rodeo. Got time for one more quick story, Big D?
You do, but did you realize in the NBA your Sixers are in 12th out of 15 teams in the Eastern Conference?
Who? The Sixers have closed the door. Listen, they're sitting Embiid. Right, they're sitting Paul George. Maxi's decided to take a vacation in the Caribbean.
Well, no, I didn't ask you who they're sitting. I just asked you if you knew they were in 12th. Oh, okay.
They got more tanks than the U.S. Army over there. Okay. I mean, that team is they're tanking it. Listen, they're breaking for chicken. They're hoping to get they're in the Cooper Flag run, man. They're hoping they get Mr. Flag. Okay. I don't think they're going to be that bad where they'll be able to get that good of a player. Yeah. And that's if he even comes. We'll see what happens there. Okay. I don't even know if he's going to come out. So if I got time for one more story, I'd like to get in on this Bill Belichick story. I don't know if you heard about him today, but Bill Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson mark 328 by trolling Falcons for those who celebrate. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Bill Belichick, who never looks happier than when he's trolling the competition, put out a smiling picture alongside his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. Check that age, 24 years old, in which the couple celebrated 328. Why is this a troll move? For those who remember, 28-3 was by which the Falcons led the Patriots late in the third quarter of Super Bowl 51 in 2017 before Belichick and the Patriots launched the most improbable comeback in Super Bowl history to win the game 34-28. Hudson was dressed perfectly for the occasion, decked out in a Falcons t-shirt. Happy 328 to all who celebrate, Hudson wrote on Instagram. Appropriately, Hudson's shirt said Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl 51 champions. Even if you are a Falcons fan, you have to respect the commitment to the troll here. Usually the merch for losing teams ends up in Africa within days of a championship loss. It took real dedication for Hudson to go to Africa and steal that shirt and bring it back. I'm just kidding. She likely had it made or paid a lot of money for it. Either way, though, she showed dedication. So, I think, Bill's probably still smarting a little bit because the Falcons passed on the opportunity of hiring him as a head coach. But he's got a nice job in North Carolina, probably making a nice buck, and he'll probably turn that organization around pretty quickly, I would think.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying himself in North Carolina, going to the basketball games and
dating a cheerleader, not bad. Yeah.
I believe she was all of 16 when that game actually got played.
Hey, don't get that crazy now.
What? I'm just pointing it out.
Okay.
Yeah, when the Falcons,
talk about OnlyFans, huh? Anyway, that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. I have no idea where we are on the clock, Aaron. Is it? Are we right? 2:22? Okay.
There we go. Come on.
All right, very good. Slick, sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Did anybody see Doge and the team on with Brett Baer?
Yes.
Well, boy, I'll tell you, all of what we've heard about Doge and supposedly, big balls and all of these kids who are supposed to be these wackadoos who are just running around wearing sweatshirts and whatever
and flip-flops.
Boy, did that get put to rest on this interview. Right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Especially when you see some of these guys and hear them talk.
Yeah.
These aren't 19-year-old kids. Maybe some of the 19-year-olds are the ones who are working under these guys who are like, all right, turn these guys loose. They're amazing. They're wizards with computers and know how to run this stuff. But the guys who are actually in charge of their teams, those guys are pretty impressive and have some pretty impressive chops.
Boy, I tell you, some of the things that came out of that, I made a list of just some of the things that they talked about that are going on. I mean, some of them, you just have to, you go, wait, what? What did they just say? There's how many credit cards?
Yeah.
There's what? There's how many CEOs? There's how many CIOs? There's how many, what an absolute freaking mess this government is. All right, live from Studio 6B News with Kevin Downey Jr. and Rick Delgado. Sports with Slick before we wrap up from the America's First Warehouse on a Friday night. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, live from the America First Warehouse. Slick Rick is doing sports. Delgado's doing news. Kevin Downey Jr., host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, has some news right now. You can hear him 9 to 11 weekday mornings on LI News Radio, where you're listening to us right now. KDJ, what's going on in the news?
Oh, thank you, Big D. I didn't know this, but it looks like England, the place where you can't have guns, they've got a knife problem.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, you know what? It looks like it's actually ninja swords. It's kind of scary. All we're doing here, our liberals just wipe their butts on Teslas, but over there in England, they're stabbing mofos to the point they're banning ninja swords, folks.
That's an acronym.
The people we shot guns at for our independence, well, their people can't have guns, so they're banning ninja swords. Now, record high sword-related crime. So, anyway, I just wanted to see if I could get an idea of who's doing the stabbing. So I went to Twitter and I Googled England stabbing or UK stabbing, and I probably only saw between 8 and 10 videos, but I'm not going to say who's doing most of the stabbings, but they're the same ones doing most of the rapings. If you know where I'm going with this, there's a sexual assault situation that's horrific in all of Western Europe, and I don't want to point out and say it's the religion of pieces again, but it is the religion of pieces. However, remember, this is England. They're very woke. They were told DEI, it's a diversity, you got to bring people in, equity, give them money so we can all be on the same, and inclusivity. Get all comfy with them because they're going to take over England and they're going to take over Western Europe, and we will be after that, folks. Check out my article. Now, I'm not saying this just so I can buy bourbon. It's called, my article is called, It's Genocidal Clock. Do you know where your courage is? Because it's coming here, and they're going to shut you up with woke nonsense. They're going to shut you up, and they're trying to make us go quietly into our own extinction. That is what they are doing. Except that I don't know how they're going to do it now, because Keir Starmer, he's that Sitzpinkler who's in charge of England. This guy's a riot. I mean, Sitzpinkler, that's a German slang for a man who sits when he pees because he's gutless. That's what that is. I speak a little German. Yeah. And he's allowing this. He's allowing all this.
Sprechen die Deutsch?
yeah, ich spreche Deutsch, aber ein bisschen.
Okay.
So there you go. 6 months in jail if he catches you. Well, keep in mind, if he catches some people, they have a tendency to not throw their replacements in jail.
Yeah. Well, now you wonder, KDJ, if England and the leaders will do what Tim Walz and the left is doing over here. Think back on maybe the mistakes they think they've made over the last couple of years, letting all these people in, and think, well, let's just do more of it going forward. Let's double down on it all. Tim Walz, yesterday we played that clip. He says, well, we're in this mess because we didn't push for more DEI and more illegal immigrants and more,
We weren't woke enough.
We weren't woke enough. So their answer to how they got here is to do more of what got them here.
Yeah.
I wonder if England will be the same.
I think England is a foregone conclusion. I think it's the internet. I saw what appeared to be a bunch of English children doing the Muslim prayers on their little Muslim rugs. I'm not sure what it's a Muslim rug, I think it's called. I think it's pretty much cast that England is gone.
Yeah.
And a lot of people believe that way.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mess. There may be some hope for Ireland if Connor gets elected, because I know he cares, but I don't know. Who knows?
They're actually in a worse position than
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
UK.
But they may have a chance.
Right.
And
certainly they don't under the current leadership.
And did you hear they're trying to put him in jail?
Of course.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Like they tried to do to Trump. Romania. Romania's Trump is now, he can't run. He can't run. They just got rid of their communists. Now they're going to get another one back. I think they got rid of Ceausescu in '89. But see, that's how fast things can change. That Ceausescu communist comes out to give a speech. One guy boos, and 90 minutes later, that cat is dead.
Yeah.
Boom, it took off. So sometimes the good guys win.
What do you have, turbo cancer?
No, he just got thrown out of a 4-story window. Yeah. All right. Anything else, KDJ, has caught your attention today or any other day?
Oh, yeah. Check this out. There's these NGOs are the death of the nation. All right. And there is a DEI NGO called the National Diversity Council. All right.
Yeah,
that just sounds so woke.
Yeah, you know the name. It always sounds good, and it's usually the opposite of what the name says.
Yep. And wouldn't you know, they took in a lot of money. They were going to do good work, but instead they just kept the money.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's good work. Good work if you can get it.
The National Diversity Council filed for bankruptcy because everyone working there took too much money. They did no DEI work. Folks, these NGOs are a joke. DEI is just Marxism, but they start these NGOs. And that Boasberg judge, his daughter's got one. And Bernie Sanders' son has one, and they're just funneling money to their kid.
Hey, did you happen to see that Boasberg, he got the aliens case, the Trump case, the new case?
What are the odds of that?
Isn't
that crazy?
That's crazy, right, KDJ? Do you believe that?
Yeah.
He's the only
stink badger all over the joint.
I think he's the only working judge in the system there in D.C. Oh, no, actually, no, that's not true. There was two more we recognized last night because they decided that the president doesn't have any authority over the military.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
We announced last night. They say, no, Secretary Hicks, you can't tell transgenders that they can't be in the military because we say so. Doesn't matter what the commander-in-chief, whatever title that means. We're the ones who decide here.
You know what? A friend of mine joined the Army in '86. They kicked a guy out because he had too much acne on his back. He wasn't wearing panties.
Wow.
But now you can wear panties, you can get in.
Right. It's the acne that's the problem.
Man.
Yeah, it's the acne that's the problem. Exactly. All right, very good. KDJ, we'll do some more news with him. Let's do some with Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by Freedom Force Nutrition, available live from Studio6B.com. Delgado, what's going on?
All right, well, you guys were just talking about judges and, of course, Doge and Elon Musk. Here he is, cut number 8, talking with Brett Baer from another network on the judge situation. Check this out. This is cut 8.
Are you surprised at some of the legal efforts and some of the judges that have weighed in? There's about 8 or 10 now of these cases that are at least temporary holds. They're being challenged by the DOJ.
Right.
Are you surprised by that pushback?
Well, it's the D.C. Circuit is notorious for having a very far-left bias. And when you look at the people close to some of these judges, where are they working? Oh, they're working at these NGOs. Oh, they're the ones getting this money. Does that seem like a system that lacks corruption? It sounds like corruption to me.
Yeah, and again, you point out that Judge Boasberg, his daughter, is a direct recipient of some of this NGO money that's in danger of being cut off. So maybe there's a conflict of interest. I don't know. I'm just saying. Speaking of the court attack on the Trump administration, an appeals court has granted a temporary stay in Trump's firing of board leaders. That's right. A D.C. federal appeals court earlier today handed Trump a victory, overturning district court rulings that ordered the National Labor Relations Board's Gwen Wilcox and the Merit Systems Protection Board's Kathy Harris to be reinstated. In other words, Trump wins, you don't get your job back. Earlier this month, the judge over there ordered that of course, those two members be reinstated, but Friday's ruling halts that reinstatement while the case continues to proceed. So it seems like as it starts to get winding through the courts, hopefully we'll start to get smarter judges or judges that are actually reading the rule of law and understand it to make their rulings and, do what's right and return the president his rightful powers.
Yeah, well, we need more of these because these district court judges need to get put back in their place because it's getting out of hand. But one of the frustrating things for those of us who know nothing about this, or we talk a little bit about it, but really, know very little about it. You get frustrated with the Supreme Court and say, well, where are they? And then you read stuff by guys who actually do know about this and what they're talking about. And I specifically like to look at Shipwreck Crew over at Red State. And Bill says the decision today from the Fourth Circuit and the D.C. Circuit is why Chief Justice Roberts isn't in a hurry to have SCOTUS jump into every fight. As frustrating it can be, but yes, the activist district judges are making a mess of things, but appeals courts are busy doing their work in cleaning up some of the messes without SCOTUS getting involved. Where that doesn't work, then SCOTUS will need to decide whether they get involved. It can be frustrating, but that is the design of our system of appellate review. And he's right on, I guess, a lot of that. It certainly is frustrating for the layperson who watches this, saying, Congress, you created these damn people in these courts. If this is what it's going to be, and this is clearly a method to try to slow the president down, then maybe you need to uncreate him. But then, of course, people who really know what they're talking about say, everybody chill and let the system play itself out, and you'll start to see that these appellate courts will start smacking down these district court judges and saying, you know, let's get back to doing what we're supposed to be doing here. And so maybe that'll happen, but maybe it won't. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Signalgate continues to be, as they try to make this a new Russia. Signal. Here's Joe Kernan destroying Senator Chris Coons. You'll love this because I think you're a big fan of Chris Coons, aren't you there, Damon?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Cut number 6. Here it is as he destroys Senator Chris Coons over the Signalgate hoax. Cut 6.
Did you call for Lloyd Austin's resignation? Not only did we lose 13 service members, we left $70 billion worth of equipment that fell into the hands of the Taliban.
I love Joe Kernan, by the way.
A couple of years later, he was out of pocket for 2 weeks and didn't tell the White House. Did you ask for him to resign at this point? Are you actually asking for Hegseth and Waltz to resign when you didn't ask for Lloyd Austin?
There is nothing that Lloyd Austin did by getting health care treatment.
Okay, what about Afghanistan? What about Afghanistan? Did you guys forget that?
Let's deal with
the statute of limitations is over for 4 years? That's what
the fact
Mark
that the
Warner
Secretary of Defense was getting health care is fundamentally different from the Secretary of Defense sharing on an unsecure platform.
It was. You just said it was a success. Afghanistan was not a success.
I am not saying that the attack on the Houthis was not a success. I am saying that he demonstrably violated a directive that was just shared in the Pentagon about don't use Signal for classified information. It is not reliably secure. And one of the folks on that group chat was in Russia at the time that information was being shared. Look, all of us use apps like WhatsApp and
running out the clock on
Afghanistan for classified information.
Running out the clock on
it was a mistake for Donald Trump to negotiate with the Taliban an agreement.
Why are we watching Coons? He's a moron.
The Afghanistan war.
Afghanistan was Donald Trump's fault.
If you let me finish my sentence.
There you fool. Oh, man, I love Joe Kernan. CNBC better never let him go over his politics because he is fantastic. He takes no nonsense from anybody. You know? I mean, he's just plain Jane, just asks the questions, but he doesn't take any nonsense, and he always comes ready with just simple facts to push back, just like that.
Yeah.
Did you call for that guy who runs that outfit over there? Well, of course not. 13 service members died.
Yeah, and as soon as Kernan mentioned, oh, by the way, it took 2 weeks where he disappeared.
No one knew where he was.
Nobody knew where he was. Well, he was getting health care. You're going to come after somebody for health care. Yeah, but what about the 13 dead and the debacle known as the Afghanistan withdrawal? Nope. Not for the guy that runs that out.
I mean, where was he when Mark Milley sat in front of a congressional hearing and said, well, if we were ever going to make a move on China, I'd let them know before we did it? Hello? Does anybody have video of Chris Coons' outrage then? Did he write any strongly worded letters then? Did he go on CNBC and talk about that then? Oh, no, I don't think he did because he's a phony. All right, we'll wrap it up on a Friday night. More sports with Slick, a little more with KDJ and Rick Delgado when we get back from the America First Warehouse right after this. All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in. Rick Delgado's got the news. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to do a little more. Slick's going to do a little more sports before we wrap it up for another great week. Appreciate everybody giving us, of course, 8 to 10, couple hours of your night. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, right here on Real America's Voice. Delgado's got some more news, and I hear there's a story in here that I'm going to have a big interest in.
It could be.
So let's do the news. News is brought to you by Freedom Force Nutrition, available live from Studio6B.com. Let's do it. Delgado, what's going on in the news?
All right. Well, a story that broke just before showtime, Damon, as Tulsi Gabbard has now officially revoked security clearances for, wait for the list, here we go, former President Joe Biden.
Yep.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yep.
And everybody's favorite witch, Hillary Clinton, and other political opponents. Per POTUS's directive, I have revoked former President Joe Biden's security clearance, revoked clearances of and access to classified information for Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Adam the Crying Kinzinger, Fiona Hill, and the traitor Alexander Vindman. I believe he could be. We'll have to find out if he gets charged with it. It'll be interesting. Cheney has been a staunch, of course, critic of the president, especially dating back to the 2021, January 6th. Vindman, the Army veteran, he's the guy who came before Congress and started the whole Trump-Ukraine saying, Trump said this, though I didn't hear it. Somebody told me he said it, and that's why we should impeach him. So he's gone. All these people have now had their security clearances cleared. They will not be benefiting from secure information that they can, of course, peddle and make money off of. So good on you, Tulsi Gabbard. We appreciate it. And here's a story I think you really want to hear, David.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Shut up. Bombshell memo claims.
Yeah.
JFK probed CIA to release UFO files 10 days before his assassination.
Okay.
Boy.
Yes, this is coming from the Daily Mail. As the John F. Kennedy assassination files were set to be released to the public, a memo supposedly written by the former president 10 days before his death has resurfaced. In the letter, JFK requested the director of CIA to brief him about all UFO intelligence. The recipient's name was redacted, but John McCone, head of the department at the time, it stressed the importance of knowing what objects in the sky are unknown in the event the Soviets mistake a UFO for America's spying on its defensive. This will also help NASA mission directors in their defensive responsibilities, because NASA has to be prepared if we're sending people into space and we're supposed to go to the moon. They got to be making sure that they have defense ready. The document obtained by William Lester claimed it was released to him under the Freedom of Information Act, researching his 2011 book called A Celebration of Freedom, JFK and a New Frontier. The CIA has never commented publicly and declined to respond to the Daily Mail prior to the publishing of this story. However, the letter has not appeared anywhere but in Lester's book. There are several other conspiracy theories, of course, relating to JFK and UFOs, including that he may have been assassinated for exposing a government cover-up as well.
Yeah.
So
now it's making
there you have it. The memo features the subject classification review of all UFO intelligence files affecting national security, along with the draft written in pen in the top right corner. The memo states JFK instructed James Webb, the second administrator of NASA, to develop a program with the Soviet Union in joint space and lunar exploration, too.
Yeah, it's joint space, all right.
That's something we didn't know, that he was pushing to have the U.S. and the Soviets work together moving into space. So there you have it. Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
That is
story is
10
actually
days later.
out of this world, that story is.
10 days later, he's taken out.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember.
Right.
You remember? You're
very interesting. Well, no, I wasn't born, but I remember the date. Yeah.
All right.
All right, very interesting. Very good, Delgado. All right, very good. Hey, if you're listening on 103.9 LI News or on Real America's Voice and you're in the Northeast area, I want to remind you the America First Warehouse this weekend. Listen up, Slick, and you could just stay dressed. You're ready to go. Karaoke and dancing night at the America First Warehouse is tomorrow night, Saturday night, Slick.
Wow.
Can you sing Prince?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's Michael Jackson.
I know it's Michael
doors
Jackson.
open at
Prince?
7 here. Slick will be here performing karaoke all night.
All night.
And he'll be taking super chats in person.
Yep. I'll be here with Joe the Voice Box.
Joe the Voice Box and Slick will be doing duets. I don't know what song they're going to choose, but
The Girl Is Mine. Do The Girl Is Mine.
and then next weekend here at the America First Warehouse, they've got the Not So Newlywed Game, Slick. With comedian Fred Rubino. Now, are you aware of Fred Rubino, Kevin Downey Jr.?
I am. He's one of the handful of us MAGA heads that are out loud and proud and have been for the whole time.
Okay, very good. So that's going on here at Steph. So if you're in this area, and man, you just don't want to sit home and get drunk on a Saturday night, this is the place to be. There's a lot. Or you can come here and do that, and then sing, Bonnie Tyler songs or whatever.
It's a heartache, all right.
Yeah. So that sounds like good. And Slick will be here signing autographs. So I mean, what's better than that?
And singing.
And singing and dancing.
I'll be singing, dancing,
with Joe the Voice Box. Yes.
Yeah, Joe the Voice Box.
I love it. KDJ, anything else on your radar?
Yeah, folks, if you've got a blue-haired transmobob in your family. And they like to wipe their bahookies on Teslas. They gotta hurry. In New York State, we've got a couple of knuckleheads trying to take away all of the rights, everything that Elon Musk has that allows him to sell Teslas in the state of New York. They want his permits. He's got 5 showrooms in the state, and they're coming after him. Now, folks, this has nothing to do with them thinking he's a Nazi. This has everything to do with them taking away their money. And if you drive a Tesla and you think that bumper sticker that says, I bought this before Elon was a Nazi is going to help you, no, they just want reasons to burn things. It's like having a BLM sign in the window of your business. They torched it anyway. See, it's not about that. It's not about sides. It's about destruction. So get your Teslas now, folks, because a couple of lowlifes are coming to take away Elon's permits to sell in the state of New York.
All right, KDJ, very good. Let's do last-minute sports here before we wrap it up on a Friday. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. MyPillow, LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on in March Madness? Give us a wrap here before we wrap it up.
All right, quick sweep of the scoreboard. Big D, well, look at that. Whiskey beat bourbon tonight. Tennessee over Kentucky, 78-65. A minute to go there in regulation. It's all over but the crying. You can't hit that many three-pointers in a minute. And Michigan State, the Spartans are moving on in the South region. They've defeated Ole Miss 73-70 in a nail-biter. Michigan and Auburn getting ready to tip off in about 10 minutes. And we also have Purdue and Houston. Some good basketball to watch tonight, Big D. And as we work our way to the Elite Eight NHL action, a real goaltenders duel. Canucks and Blue Jackets tied at 6 with 2:45 to go in overtime. The Devils being blanked by the Jets 4-zip end of 2. Mid-2, 2-1 Golden Knights over the Blackhawks. Utah Hockey Club was down by the Panthers tonight, 2-1 in OT. Hurricanes beat the Canadians 4-1. And at the nightcap, Rangers are out in Anaheim taking on the Ducks. Big D, that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
Okay, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. When we wrap the show, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere here on Real America's Voice, because we're going to be bringing you out to the Colorado GOP Centennial Dinner. And the featured speaker at that dinner is going to be the one and only. You hear him here 10 to 12 in the morning, and then 5 to 6 here at night. And I think on other times, too, on his own stuff, on social media. Of course, that is our own Steve Bannon. And I suspect tonight Steve Bannon will have a very, very direct and to-the-point message as he speaks to the Colorado GOP at the, as I think it's called the Golden Age Dinner, which, of course, President Trump said we are entering the Golden Age of America. So stay tuned for Steve Bannon and his featured speaking spot at the GOP dinner out there. And I would bet Steve will be fired up and ready to tell you how it is, as he always does. So, as always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, everybody here on the show, all emergency personnel. Aaron and Frank, great job. Martin here at the America's First Warehouse. And, of course, Joe DeBox, great job all week prepping for us. We're going to continue to make it better, and we can't wait to see you here on a Friday night here in the future. KDJ, you can listen to him weekdays 9 to 11 right here on LI News Radio. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday night back here, 8 p.m. live from Studio 6B.
Wonderful wife. Things have been good, and I thank God every day for the grace He's showed on me. God bless you. God bless you.
Tom Tancredo, everyone. A voice in the wilderness, as they say. He was a modern-day prophet, talking about illegal immigration. That's why we love you, Tom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and hand over the microphone to our lovely, lovely assistant here. Actually, no, the real ringleader here, Debbie Perry Smith. Debbie?
Thank you. Y'all ready to have a little fun? We're going to have a little bit of fun. So, everybody see these wonderful 47, the Golden Age hats on your table? Well, guess what? Somebody at your table is going to get to take that home. Okay? And we do have more for sale back in the Trump store if you're not the lucky winner. So, for all of these tables right here in the front, the 10 topper rounds, you need to look underneath the front edge of your placemat, if you have one there. If you have a black dot, you win the hat. Did you find it? Awesome! Yay! So that hat is yours, right there on the table. Take it off, put it on. Let's see some Golden Age hats going on. Okay. So everybody that's on an America First table, stand up out of your chairs. America First is the front of the house in the front of the red stanchion. Get out of your chairs, stand up, look behind your chair. So that's on the 2 raised platforms. The tall table's right here on the side and this 1 row in the back. If you have number 4 on your chair, you win the hat. Do we have, is there a 4 everywhere?
Tina's on the phone.
Okay. We have a special guest we're going to have to interrupt right now. If everybody quiet in the house, please. We have a very important guest that's joining us. Very important guest. Quiet in the house, please. Very quiet.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to introduce Tina Peters.
No, he's going to go after you. Okay, you ready to talk to him? Okay, here they are.
Colorado.
they're moving me again. I've had 19 cellmates. I've been moved so many times I can't even know. And now, instead of the sheriff, who, by the way, ran as a Republican, instead of the sheriff letting me go in January, which was the end of my jail sentence, he kept me here for 60 more days, which is against the law. And now he is sending me on Tuesday, I believe he said, to, we call it D-Dub, the inmates here. It's Denver Correctional Facility in Denver prison. So this has been a long, long road, and but I have faith. I have faith in God. I have faith in all of you that this right is going to be, or this wrong will be righted. I'm the only one in Colorado that actually preserved the presidential elections from the 2020 election. The rest of them were deleted, and I suspect not only in Colorado, but across the United States. So right now, I know that God has plans in place to bring these criminals that have stolen your vote down. And that's the only thing. You and people like Steve Bannon and President Trump and others like him, that Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, my attorneys who have done stellar work in spite of the lawlessness of these rulings by corrupt judges and DAs that have been funded, as we know, by billionaire globalists to keep the truth from you, the American people. So I just ask that you continue to pray for me. At my age, this is a very difficult, and especially at times where I've been targeted, very difficult road, but I would do it all over again to bring the truth to the American people. I love you so much. Steve, thank you for being here in Colorado. What else can I tell you?
Hey, Tina, how about we do this? How about we try this? We're going to all pray for you right now. Everybody in the room, take off your hats and let's pray for Tina. Dear God, our good friend is doing your work and is up there loving you, Lord, and she's in prison and she's spreading the word of God, but we know you need to get her out of there. They've given her a life sentence, and it's just not fair, Lord. We ask that you unchain her and let her loose from those prisons, break down the walls of that prison, and let her out. Let President Trump come storming through with a big S on his cape and on his shirt and a cape and get Tina Peters out, Lord. We know you have the true power to do it. Allow all those guards and prisoners to not put a hand on her, and let the armor of God be on her. Tina, we love you. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Rich. Everyone have a wonderful evening. I would just tell you, please hold your liberty close, because just like that, it can be taken away. But always stand for truth and stand up and speak out. You know, I'm the only voice some of these women in here have, because they don't have the ability to have a podcast or to have all of you that are out there standing up for me, and people like Steve Bannon and Paul Navarro and all the others that have been persecuted by this regime. So please continue to stand for your liberty and expose whatever is wrong. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you.
Love you too, Tina.
Much. Love you too, Tina.
Well, we're going to get back into the program, but we were happy to have Tina, and again, keep her in your prayers. She's being politically persecuted, and if we can do whatever we can on our end, especially through the power of prayer, we should. So I'm going to hand it back to Debbie.
I'm just going to speak to the power of prayer. In Deuteronomy, it says, if one can chase 1,000, two can chase 10,000. You put that in multiplications exponentially of the number of people in this room, and we do have the power to move the mountain of injustice in the Colorado judicial system in the mighty name of Jesus. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. All right. No, I got fired up. All right. All right. Did everybody get their hats? Number 4 tables. Everybody get their hats? You don't have your hat. Oh, well, see me. We'll get you a hat, okay?
We'll get you.
So I want to know who pilfered that hat. Somebody pilfered that hat. Oh, Mr. Bottoms. Did you take that hat? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Now. All right. So everybody up here, you guys, all the number 4s, and if you're not sitting in a chair 4, then figure it out amongst yourselves as to who's going to take the hat. Arm wrestle or something. Okay. All right. Back half of the house, the MAGA tables. Everybody stand up. Back half of the house. Behind the, no less.
Back half.
The MAGA tables. If you're a MAGA table. Okay, everybody stand up. Okay. If you have the number 8, that is New Beginnings. New Beginnings, the golden age. That's your hat. You get it? If not, arm wrestle. Figure it out. Okay, I hope you guys enjoy these. This is really fun. We've got a bunch more back in the Trump store for sale, 47. It'll be a contribution to the Colorado Republican Party, and that'll help begin to kind of put the layers down and raise more funds for the incoming administration. Okay, we're going to move in. We have 3 really fun live 2, maybe 3 live auction items tonight. Mr. Joe, our auctioneer, is going to come up. And where are my Vanna 1 and Vanna 2? Vanna 1. Oh, there you are. Yay, girls. Okay. So, does this... Let me take it. You take that one? Okay, let me take this. All right. The prints that you all see up here, the ladies are going to walk around with here really quick. These are by Jake Weidman, Colorado grown, master penman and calligrapher, the 9th ever in the world, and he lives in Colorado. He's a God-fearing young man. I've known him since high school. He's been a part of our family. Extremely talented. These are pen and ink and pen and charcoal, and these are prints. The one on the right is called, in fact, I'm going to let the girls walk around. Excuse me one second. Jake picked these specifically. The one with the tree is called Resilience. Resilience, the tree of life. The beauty of resilience is that when strong winds come, which we all know, we have been through strong winds, that it helps form those deep roots and help keep us grounded. So that is the one, the tree of life. It's called Resilience, and resilience is in calligraphy across the bottom of it. The other one is of Smoke and Sea, pencil and charcoal, limited edition, 200. Rough waters that pass beneath you form the person that you will become. And this is the seaman recalling his adventures at sea and how the rough waters at sea helped form the man who he is today. So we have 2, and the winning bidder will get to choose which print they want, and then we'll go from there. And I'm going to totally botch his last name. Robato. I'm going to call him Joe Bravado. So Joe is going to be our auctioneer for this first auction item. All right.
Thank you, Debbie. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Joe Robato. Really appreciate the opportunity tonight to come here and let Freedom ring and try to help you make a little extra money to get these quality, fine folks that we absolutely need in the government supporting and taking care of us. And I hope this is the start of it. Like Debbie said, there's 2 prints coming around. The highest bidder will get to choose one of the 2, and then we'll sell the other one. Forgot one thing.
The winning bidders on these prints will also get to spend some time with Jake Weidman at his studio, see his craft. He's a woodworker, he does engraving, he does the calligraphy, the penmanship art. You will have a beautiful time. And so this is also to spend time with Jake and meet his family as well. All right.
Thank you. So I'm sure a lot of you have been to an auction. How many haven't? Here's how it works. If you're not sure really how to do it, you just hold up your hand, and when I think you've paid enough for it, well, then I'll stop you, okay? All right. All right, everybody get a good look. It's coming around. If you need another look, you need a little more time, you don't know where we're at, you say, hold it, stop everything right now. I don't know what you said or what I'm doing, but am I on the bid or not? And if you're not, we'll help you get there. If you are, we'll try to keep you there. Let your conscience be your guide, and don't worry about how much money you're paying or saving. Try to think about it as an investment in our freedom and our future. And here we go. All right, 500 on the five. One other thing, is there any spotters out here, Debbie, helping? One? Okay, that way I'm not taking your bid and sell this thing for $13,000 and nobody's on it. Okay, so we got two gentlemen here, and if I don't see you, because it's pretty bright up here, I can't hear very good, and I can see worse. So make sure somebody hears you, and if somebody in the back, if you know somebody wants to bid, stand up, wave, we'll get you, we'll take care of you. All right, we're starting at $500. 500 out of the five, my 500 and $1,000 now. We 1,000. Are we in at 1,000? I got 500 over here. I'll tell you what, it takes 750 from you, and now 1,000. 1,000 on one. Are we in or out? 750 on $1,000. Now 1,250. I got to be 1,250 anywhere. 1,250 on now. I got 1,000. Got to be 1,050. 1,250 is where we need to be. I got 1,000. 1,250. 1,250. 2,000. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. Now this will be the cheapest thing of the night. I can guarantee you, I know what else is coming. If you want to do your thing, you want to support, here's your chance. We got 1,000. We got to be 1,250 in order to get in the game, and I'll take anybody's idea. If you can't do 1,250, if you want to do 1,100, it'll be all kinds of fun if we bid more. All right, let's try that. 1,000 and 1,000 now. 1,100. 1,100 on 11. 1,100 on. Will you live 11? 11. 1,100 on 11. Got $1,000 now. Your choice. $1,000 now. One. Now 1,100. 1,100 on 11. All in and all done. Last chance. Going once. 1,000. Got to be 1,100. Going twice, and I sold them your way, $1,000 down in the front. See which one she wants. It's number. She wants both at $1,000. Is that okay? We can't do that. We got to do one. But I'll tell you what we can do. You know what we're going to do. We're going to start the next one right at 1,000. So you'll be right on the money. As soon as you get one, pick your favorite. And then the people that wanted the other one, get your idea. Pool your money, everybody at the table. Talk it over. We don't care where the money comes from. If it's you or your friends or your partner, if somebody goes to the bathroom, grab their purse. Are we ready to go? Deb, are we ready to roll? Okay, we're going. All right, on the second print. $1,000 one, we got one. $1,000. Are you in at 1,000, ma'am? 1,000 and now 1,100. 1,100 on 1,100 now. Would you? Don't forget, you get to spend some time with the artist and learn some tricks in the trade. All right, 1,100 on 1,100. Would you? 1,000 on $1,000 now. $1,100. All in and all done. We got to sell it. 1,100. Does anybody just not want to hurt her feelings, or what's the deal? Is she our high-ranking official in the room? 1,100. One more time. $1,100. $1,100. 1,000 here. 11 where? And I sold it to you, ma'am. Both of those prints, the same buyer. $1,000 a piece. Thank you.
Yeah, Debbie? Hang tight, folks. What's next? Steve, got it. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We got a little tripped up with Tina, but that was all right. We wanted to hear from Tina. So, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, I want to just make a note. We do have a Conservative Champion of the Year award. I was going to present it to Representative Brandy Bradley. Unfortunately, her husband stopped her from coming because he had planned a surprise birthday party with her friends, and they are celebrating her 50th. So she's a wonderful gal. This is the award we were going to give her. You can give her an applause. Brandy is a rising star within the Republican Party, and we need more people like her, not only in the state capitol, but also Washington, D.C. And if you want to know more, go to her social media website, look at the Colorado channel, and see all the times she's constantly being a thorn in the Democrat side. She very much, you can talk to Scott and Mark, they're here. She very much likes to have bills read at length and waste as much time as possible. So let's give her a round of applause for being our Conservative Champion of the Year. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get back on track here. I'm not going to give a long-winded speech here because, let's face it, you didn't come to see me. You came to see the man of the hour here. This is a person who is the man, the myth, the legend, a guy who doesn't actually need an introduction. You know him, you love him, you listen to him on War Room with Steve Bannon. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a round of applause for the populist conservative champion, Stephen K. Bannon.
Fix bayonets tonight. Damn right. I want to thank the Long Music Hall. I want to thank Mr. Roth, Mr. Hodgins, for making this available. Hell, this is nicer than places I normally go. Folks, reason I'm here is quite simple. When Sarah said, "Hey, they're having some problem with the venue," I said, "That's their old trick, right? They want people to live in fear." It's not the fault of those two places that canceled. They intimidated the employees, they intimidated the management, they intimidated folks to go there. Why is that? Because they don't have an argument. They're the old politics of intimidation. And you know why we're going to win? Tonight, we've got giants here. Tom Tancredo. If it wasn't for Tancredo standing in the breach, I don't know where this country would be. All the grief he took in all those years, he was Trump before Trump. And Tina Peters. What kind of state puts a Gold Star mother in a prison? Think about that. It's not Colorado. Not the people of Colorado. It's the elites of Colorado, right? Those people up at the Aspen Institute, your governor, Polis, Those Supreme Court, let's think about it for a second. Let's think about it for a second. The reason I came here, and people said, so thank you, we're so forgotten. You're not forgotten. You're the next state that MAGA is going to take over. Because you're courageous, you're fearless. That's what it is, remember. Courage is the most important of all the virtues because it's upon courage that all the other virtues rest. What does Trump have but courage? What does Tancredo have but courage? What does a 70-year-old woman rotting in a jail cell on a Friday night in March in the year 2021 that already gave her son to this country? Is that disgusting? Let's think about this for a second. I want to address this to all the elites. All you wealthy billionaires and what you've done to Colorado, you've had a hell of a year. Let's think about this for a second. December 2023, right? 4-3, the Supreme Court backed up that goofball judge, the district judge, and said, Donald John Trump is not eligible to be president of the United States. Hey, suck on this. He just signed his 107th executive order in the 60th day of his second term on his third victory. Hell, President Trump had to come here back in October. Why? Jared Polis had made this the national headquarters of murderous terrorist gangs that were murdering and intimidating and raping the working class Hispanics, working class whites, working class blacks in this state. They don't care. Trump had to come here, and these are the same groups that Trump's put on planes to get out of the country. They're taking him to the Supreme Court, of which he'll win. Polis, you jeopardize the entire nation by allowing this to be the headquarters. Polis, what's going to be so funny, it's going to be so fun to watch, is your 28 campaign. Lord, it ain't Bannon, and it's not going to be, J.D. Vance or anybody taking you apart, or, any of the commentators. Not going to be Tucker Carlson. You know who's going to take you apart, brother? The Democratic governors back east, Shapiro, Whitmer, Wes Moore, Pritzker, Brashear, all of them. You know why? Because he's the most radical of them all. He is a dangerous radical, what he's done to this state. Not just the affordability and the cost of things, and kids can't get ahead, but what he's done on law and order and crime. And he's got the gall now to want to sign the most, prohibitive gun law in the country, that citizens, particularly given Colorado's history of heroism, cannot protect themselves. There's nothing more radical than your governor, Jared Polis, right? Nothing more radical. He put the nation in jeopardy. He just didn't put Aurora in jeopardy. He just didn't put Colorado in jeopardy. He put the United States of America in jeopardy. Hell, President Trump got to get them on planes and get them out of here to Central America. What kind of man would do that? What kind of man would jeopardize citizens that couldn't defend themselves? I tell you what, a rich, feckless oligarch like he is. How much, by the way, did he ever work very hard with Biden? They talk about oligarchs. They had 34,000 people down in Denver, sanctuary city Denver, right? You had these poor folks out here. They don't know what they're talking about. That's sad. It's so goofball, it's sad. In Denver, they had phony populism. You know what's phony populism? Bernie, you had 2 shots at Hillary Clinton. 2 shots. And you didn't hit her with anything harder than a Mike Lindell My Pillow. It was a pillow fight. You're a hapless old man. You had a criminal mafia, the Clinton gang. You didn't lay a glove on her in 2 campaigns, not 1 glove. Brother, you're never going to be president of the United States. You kidding me? You know what you've got to go up against to be president? The easy money oligarchs, sociopathic oligarchs on Wall Street, the apartheid oligarchs in Silicon Valley, the corporatists, the globalists. Remember Jared Polis, he wants to be president of the United States, right? No, hang on. He's a global thinker. He's a big thinker. He thinks big thoughts. He up in Aspen. So you had two. You had the judges completely humiliated with a 9-0 decision. Think about that for a second. You had the radicals in the Supreme Court that couldn't even back that up. That's a humiliation. That's a humiliation of your elite class here in Colorado. Polis, when President Trump came out here, because he was focused on the battleground states and winning over 300 electoral votes and winning the popular vote, right? Right. What did Polis? He came in here to Aurora to make sure the nation understood it was your governor had done this. Sanctuary city, sanctuary state, he had let him in, right? And wasn't doing anything about him, letting him prey on Hispanic families, on black working class families, on white working class. Let them pray, right? Let them terrorize like these folks can do. Rape, drugs, murder. Trump came out here to show the world what Polis was like, right? You know what Polis said that day he came out? He says, it's sad to see somebody with such cognitive decline as remember that? As Donald Trump. Hey, cognitive decline this dude. He's president of the United States, just signed his 106th executive order. He's somewhere you're never going to be, and that's the Oval Office. Polis, you're going to get field stripped. You already got Newsom running away from the California model. Hell, he's interviewing Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, Michael Savage, Dr. Savage. Lord have mercy. Dr. Savage is just a radio version of Tom Tancredo. Borders, culture, and language, right? No, Polis, no, he's going to get field stripped by these governors running these big states because he's so out of the norm. Remember how he took this thing, how he took Colorado over, how he take a conservative state. Remember that whole deal? They're going to change the whole country, these billionaires coming in here, doing what they did. That day's in, and that's why I'm here. We're about to take Colorado back. First off, here's why. The elites in Colorado have taken Colorado out of the mainstream. The demographics show us by 2030 in the census with Florida and Texas, Arizona, North Carolina, pick up all red states, all states Trump is won, all MAGA states. Without picking them up, we're going to have, pick up 10, 15 seats in the House. We're going to pick up 10 or so electoral college votes. Hell, we'll be winning 350. In Colorado, is Colorado going to get left behind? It's not going to get left behind because tomorrow you start the journey to take this state back. Now, I realize everybody that's going to be there tomorrow doesn't agree, right? And there's some factions and people saying, hey, this and that. That's okay. The revolutionary generation, the founding fathers, they were at each other's throats, right? Hell, Jefferson hated Adams. Adams hated Jefferson. They both hated Hamilton. And Burr assassinated Hamilton, right? As former vice president. They were not buddies. But the greatest country in mankind's history came out of that, right? From the revolution to the founding of the nation. They didn't agree on a lot. But you know what they agreed on? That this was the New Jerusalem, right? This country. It was special. And they would give their life, their liberty, their sacred honor, all of it, put it on the line against the greatest empire in the world. That's what you guys represent. Tomorrow, you'll come out of here, maybe not totally united, but on a path to take these elites that have destroyed this state. Remember Jared Paul, he's going to be commander-in-chief, right? Come on. He's a big thinker. He got big ideas. He's thinking big. He goes up to, Aspen? They go to Aspen, to that Aspen Ideas Festival, and they got big ideas up there, right? The air gets a little thin, and their ideas, as the air gets thinner, their ideas get bigger. You talk about a bunch of hacks, and he's up there. His foreign policy is that, remember, he wanted Ukraine, and he was going to get businesses out of here. He's talking, you got blood on your hands, brother. There are about 1.2 million folks that have been either killed or wounded in Ukraine. About 450 or 500,000 Ukrainians and about 850,000 Russians. And I get that from Ian Brummer, tells me that. Pretty good on the numbers. And all these people, we said on the very first day, you War Room Posse members, you remember, we said, Professor Mersheimer says they're just going to lead these elites in the city of London and in Davos and in Brussels and up in Aspen. They're going to lead the Ukrainian people down a primrose path to their destruction. And when it becomes inconvenient, and by inconvenient, I mean when they have to start paying for it and not citizens of the United States, they're going to cut them loose. And that's what they've done. The blood on the hands of these swells in Aspen is repulsive. Jared Polis, you are repulsive. And if you think we're going to let you wash that blood off your hands as you start running for president of the United States in 2028, no, sir. No, sir. That blood cannot be washed off. What you did in the misjudgments you had will last forever. Once you go back, sir, you ought to go to Ukraine. You ought to go to the graves of those dead. And you ought to ask them, hey, was it worth it? They will tell you it was not worth it. The citizens in that country right now will tell you, because exactly what we said was going to happen, happened. The elites use those people. Well, globalists use those people. Just like they used American troops for 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? That's what Trump represents. Is Trump perfect? No, Trump is not perfect. He's far from perfect, right? Far from perfect. Far from perfect. But he's an instrument of divine providence, right? His imperfections make him even greater. Trump's the one that saw it, that the American people, working folks, the people that populate Colorado, we're tired of having their tax money and going for these forever wars. Tired of having their savings and their equity and their pensions go to take the factories and take them to China, right? They were tired of paying for it. And most importantly, they were tired of having what they've sacrificed so much for, their children and their grandchildren, to go on these foreign battlefields and die or be injured beyond comprehension. For what? So the elites can make more money as warmongers? So our arms industry can grow bigger and bigger and more profitable? Hell, I'm no dove. I spent 8 years. Mo went to West Point. Our family always tries to go and serve, do their 5 or 6, 7, 8 years and go back to civilian life. But it's got to stop. The endless wars have to stop. That's what the promise of Trump is. Look what he's done so far in Ukraine. Look what he's done so far in the Middle East. Now, I know a lot of us are not fans of this thing with the Houthis, but you know what? He's calling the shots. He's got a plan of what he wants to do, peace and prosperity. And he's doing a damn good job. I'm going to tell you something. They got this book, Abundance, by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, two of the smartest guys on the left. And this abundance says, hey, you know what? We kind of looked at things, and although we have the credential class and all the billionaires and everything going on, people really hate the Democratic Party, hate what we stand for. And the reason is it's all about process. Dave Cohen says it's all about process. That's why nothing happens in California. Well, Jared Polis, all he's done is taken a pale version of what Newsom's done and put it here in Colorado. It's all about process. So they're sitting there on day 4, oh my Lord, on Signal. Tulsi Gabbard said this, hey, they did a strike from carrier battle groups, and I've been in those carrier battle groups in the North Arabian Sea as a young man. They pulled that off flawlessly, right, and delivered weapons onto the enemy. That's what's important, outcomes. President Trump's going to back his people, and you're sitting there going, oh, these crimes are committed, they're going to have crimes. Hey, screw you, right? We're tired of it. We're tired of you coming after Trump. We're tired of you coming after guys like Tom Tancredo, and we're particularly tired of you coming after Tina Peters. They're all big shots. They're all big shots because Tina Peters is a middle-class woman that gave her son up for her country. A gold star mother. Think about that. A gold star, the most revered demographic we have in this nation, equivalent to a awardee of the Medal of Honor, right? And what do? They have her in a prison tonight. And they're going to transfer her to a worse prison, I guess a jail tonight and a prison on Tuesday. Well, I got a recommendation. I know President Trump's working and people are working this very tough because Polis and these guys are dug in. So I got a solution. Cut off all federal money to the state of Colorado until she's free. Shut down the Federal Reserve Bank. Take that court. There's no law of physics. This is not I want to shut it all down. You get nothing until she walks out a free woman. And then you apologize to her for being a hero and being a patriot. What kind of men and women would do this? And by the way, a lot of them were Republicans. You have to understand that. Yeah. Sheep in sheep's clothing, right? Those sneaky ones, you got to watch them all the time. You know why? Because they don't have any guts. The left says boo, and they're all, yeah, you're right. How do you think they took over this state? How do you think the country got in such bad shape until Trump came along? Tancredi can tell you. It's called controlled opposition. Didn't Republicans win the White House enough? Didn't they win enough House seats? Didn't they win enough governorships? Didn't they win enough Senate seats? How did the country get in this shape? It just wasn't radical Democrats. You had a party that was controlled opposition. You had a party that was too gutless. You had a party that didn't want you in it, right? You know why they don't want you in it? Because you're fighters. You're not going to back down. You've got what Colorado was built on. Grit, determination, guts, and common decency. And Jared Polis wants to take a different story throughout the country. Bro, go take it. I can see your 2% coming right now. But it needs to happen. He needs to be humiliated by Democrats that say he's outside the norm. He's radical. Everything he touches is radical. And all his buddies in Aspen at the Ideas Festival, and his buddies on the Supreme Court, and his buddies in the State Assembly that are now trying to think about it for a second. In a state like Colorado, he's going to sign the most radical gun bill in the country's history. There's only... If I thought you could compromise or sit down and negotiate with these folks and talk to them and argue, we have better ideas and let's hear your ideas. No, you can't do that. There's nothing to debate, right? There's a chasm between us. There's a chasm between us. And you saw, and this is why it was providential. Trump's victory in 2016 was providential. I was there. I had a ringside seat. We had a man. We had a message. We had a plane. We had no money and no organization. You know, we had people. And people every morning on Morning Joe, they mock us. Why is he spending time in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania? You know why? Hillary Clinton won. She was too afraid to go up there and face working class Democrats, and they came out in huge numbers and voted for Trump. In 2020, the second election, he won, right? He won. And Tina Peters rots in prison tonight on a fact that he won, and she's one of the heroes that showed that, right? But it was providential. It was stolen. It was. Think about it. Number one, you can understand. They're not Democrats you used to know from decades ago, right? This party is a party of neo-Marxist and globalist. They just have a thing of, look at that crowd outside. Lord, maybe first thing we do is, like in the Navy, take a wire brush to them. Clean it up. Scrub behind their ears. No, it's radical. It's radical to a degree it shocked people. Their cultural radicalness, their financial radicalness, what they want to do geopolitically, what they did with the pandemic. You remember that? Jared Polis had that Build Back Better. Hey, build this back better, dude. Donald Trump's president of the United States, okay? Suck on that. President Trump, and that's why here in this audience, and this is why I feel so confident about Colorado. In this audience, I believe almost to a person, on the afternoon of 20th January 2021, when President Trump landed down in South Florida, having had the election stolen from him and had not one establishment Republican have his back, right? And trying to sort that mess out. When he got off that plane, that tarmac, everyone in this room was saying, you know what? We'll do whatever it takes to have his back because he's going to run and win the primary. I don't want to hear about Ron DeSantis. I don't want to hear about Nikki Haley. I don't want to hear about Chris Christie. The logic of American history said it had to be Trump. The arc of this story said it had to be Trump, and you knew it. Remember, they think you're a bunch of rubes. You know something that's deep about this country, of what not just what this country stands for, but where this country is going. You had Trump's back in the darkest days. Remember in 2021, Fox did not show him live for 2 years, up until the midterm. We wouldn't show him live. They were afraid he was going to talk about Dominion voting machines, right? President Trump, I got another recommendation on deportations. I'd start with the Murdoch family, and I would start with them tonight, right? Hell with you. Don't need a bunch of left-wing Australians here. Hell, I don't even know what country you're from now. Deport you, deport all of them. Trump, in the victory, you knew in your heart, and you worked. You worked every day because you saw it. You knew it was going to happen. And the victory is incomprehensible. And here's why it's providential. The steal in 20 and the return in 24. He had 4 years to think about it. He had 4 years to meditate on it. He had 4 years to read and to think. And he came up with a plan. And man, oh man, that days of thunder, flood the zone, up on your grill every day, 10 or 12 things, unbelievable. Thought through, tight. I don't care if it's cultural, if it's economic. It's about ending the kinetic part of the Third World War or starting to deport 10 million illegal aliens that are here, that were brought here by progressive Democrats and Wall Street to suppress wages of Hispanics and African Americans in this country and destroy them. That's why black men at 39% are voting for President Trump. That's why Hispanics are voting for President Trump. Starr County, Texas is 97% Hispanic. We lost it to Hillary Clinton in 16, I think by 60 points. 60 points. President Trump just won it by 16. That's a hard scrabble county. And tough people and good people, and you know what they are? They're American citizens, right? You damn right. And they're voting. This coalition, we pull this together and we stay on it. Polis is going to get kicked into the dustbin and ash bin of history, right? He's got the old politics when they controlled the media, the old politics when they controlled the universities, the old politics when they controlled high culture, low culture, Wall Street, Silicon Valley. You ain't controlling any of it now. We're breaking every one of these institutions that you corrupted. And we're giving them back to the people to purge them, to renew them, and to make sure that they work for America first and American citizens first. He represents the old politics. You represent the new. And that's why tomorrow you kick this thing off. And total, complete victory is your goal, right? It's not going to come right away. It's not going to come right away. It doesn't have to come right away. You get stronger every day. People pick up the message every day. President Trump's leadership. Like next Wednesday is what? Liberation Day. He's been waiting for this to get the reciprocal tariffs. And AOC and Bernie Sanders are up there mouthing up in Denver, they're mouthing what Wall Street tells them. Oh, it's going to raise prices. It's a tax. No, it's not. It's a tool to bring great manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America so that a man or a woman can have a job, have a spouse that stays home and raise a couple of 3 kids, right? That's the country we're going to return to, and President Trump's going to take us there. And that brings me to 2028. Now, he ain't going to be running against Polis because Polis ain't going to get out of the first couple of primaries, right? I think Governor Shapiro and Wes Moore and Governor Whitmer, see, they got these brackets. It's like March Madness. They got the governor's bracket. And the governor's bracket's pretty. That's why Newsom, you would never know he's governor of California. He wants to get in the celebrity bracket. He wants to get with Stephen A. Smith and Mark Cuban and Rahm Emanuel and that crowd, right? He don't want to be in the governors. That's a tough bracket. That bracket will chew up Jared Polis and spit him out as the lightweight he is. So in 2028, I made my endorsement. It's Trump. A man like Trump comes along once in a nation's history. Hell, we're blessed by God in heaven and have had two. We had General Washington at the birth of the nation, the revolution and the birth of this country. We had Abraham Lincoln at the rebirth of this nation. And we had Donald John Trump to make America great again and renew this nation. Look at what he's learned in the 4 years he was gone. Look how tight this thing is run. And look how these jackals are after him every day. And I'm telling you, people came back on the 5th of November. It was great. Everybody's celebrating. And then the transition, they're all celebrating. And then they come to the inauguration. They're all dressed up. They're celebrating. I said, that's fine. That's good. Celebrate. Celebrate. But within the first 100 days, get your pitchforks out. Get your bayonets ready. Because they're going to be coming for Trump. They gotta stop it now. That's why they got these radical federal judges are the anvil and the deep state's the hammer, and that's what they hope to crush Trump on, right? They've got to go with these Marxist judges and the entire apparatus that hasn't been taken apart yet. He's going to need more than 4 years to that, and I've got a plan. I'm not going to share it with you yet. People on the media say, "Oh, Bannon, this is just more crazy." Hey. I saw Trump in 14 at Dave Bossi's cattle call on May 1st, I think it was, up in New Hampshire, Hanover, New Hampshire, and Rand Paul, all of them there, Ted Cruz, all good men and women, all there. Saw Trump, and I told Bossi, I said, that guy's going to be president of the United States as a Republican. And then on the afternoon of 20 January 2021, told the whole staff, we're not leaving D.C., everybody's leaving, we're staying right here. We got to be the anchor, we got to be the rally point, the hill, the war room's got to do it. Because Trump's coming back, and Trump's going to win the nomination, and Trump's going to be the president of the United States. And I don't care if Ron DeSantis on Fox News at a town hall every night of the week. And I don't care if Nikki Haley's on a town hall or Chris Christie. It doesn't matter. The logic of American history said Trump was coming back, and Trump's going to win, and Trump's going to return this nation to its greatness. A man like that only comes along every 100 years if you're lucky as a country. We got to play this hand out. We have to play this hand out because the country hangs in the balance, right? If we lose the House, and don't think we can't lose it, people start leaning on their rakes of saying, hey, Trump's in there and I've seen all this great stuff. Well, yeah, dude, but look at Florida 6. Look at Elise Stefanik. She's a hero. She's a patriot. She's been thinking about that UN job forever. And she went, and she said, hey, if I got to do it, I got to do it. I got to stay in the House because what's going to happen in the House is going to be brutal over the next year, right? And look in Wisconsin. They're up there. If they win that Supreme Court judge vote on the 1st, they're going to take 2 seats right away, redistrict them. That means if Louisiana and North Carolina hold, which I think it will, that means we have to basically, if the redistricting is holding those states, we then have to hold New York and California. Or Hakeem Jeffries is going to be Speaker of the House. And Hakeem Jeffries is going to raise $2 billion or $3 billion because he's up there telling all those billionaires, you give me the money, the first thing I'm going to do in the first week of January 2027 is impeach Donald Trump. They're going to do it. You watch, they're going to do it. They have no plan. It's destroy Trump and imprison the people around him. And if they were to steal the 2028 election, if they're to steal the 2028 election, they will put Trump in prison. Hell, look at these radical judges down in Brazil with Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro, one of the greatest men of the 21st century, brought freedom to Brazil with radical Marxist judges that are just like the judges in Washington, D.C. And they got him on trial for what? Contesting a stolen election. And they're going to put him in a Brazilian prison. They're going to fight. It's a show trial. They're going to put him in a Brazilian prison, and they want him assassinated in that prison. Because that's how they think they roll. I got news for you. You can put us in jail, you can kill a bunch of, but you are not going to stop. It's next man up. Next man up. They cannot stop this movement. They cannot stop populists. They cannot stop economic nationalism. They've tried, and they're going to try some more. All this big talk, and President Trump came out tonight, the big leak, if you haven't seen it, is President Trump in doing the tax plan. Guess what? He's thinking about raising taxes on the wealthy. And I know our wealthy are patriotic enough to want to do that, right? Come on, guys. Work with me. Did Bernie Sanders do that? Or did Biden do that when they had the House, the Senate, and the Senate? In the House, Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Chuckles Schumer, and Biden, they put out a plan to tax billionaires, didn't even get out of committee. It's all performative, and you know why? The billionaires control the Democratic Party lock, stock, and barrel, like they control Polis and his entire clique here in this state. They're nothing but oligarchs, and in fact, Polis and these guys are just factotums for oligarchs. That's why tomorrow is so important here. It's a long, tough path back to power in Colorado. But you know what? It was a long path for Trump to win in 2016. And it was a long 4 years in the wilderness that President Trump spent, right? Like John the Baptist, right? And that victory on November 5th, and that coalition he put together, and they're all yammering early at night. Well, it's just Electoral College has got to go. Electoral College has got to go. We now announce he's won the popular vote. Boom! Right? Shut up. I'm tired of hearing your yammering. That's where we stand as a country. And quite frankly, that's where we stand with you all. And you stand on the shoulders of giants. Tom Tancredo and Tina Peters. God bless you. And God bless Colorado.
Wow. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing Republican Party politics for some time now. I remember back in El Paso County when they had a Lincoln Day dinner under a previous chairman we won't name. They invited Karl Rove to be the keynote speaker. How far we've come. Again, I want to say thank you to all of you. We do have one more agenda item here that we want to get through, and then the benediction. And we think you're going to like this a lot. So I'm going to ask for Debbie and I believe the auctioneer to come up. And we're going to go ahead and try to sell some puppies here. No? No puppies? Oh my God. See, I didn't get the memo, guys. I apologize.
Dave, it's all about weapons.
All right, there you go. You've been watching Real America's Voice. Steve Bannon, the featured speaker out at the Colorado GOP Centennial Dinner, a golden age. Of course, President Trump, the golden age of America is upon us. And of course, Steve Bannon, always fiery, always with a direct message. No beating around the bush when it comes to Mr. Bannon and where he thinks this country is heading and what we need to be doing. You've been watching special coverage right here on Real America's Voice. Thanks for joining us, everybody. And we now return you to your regularly scheduled program, already in progress.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
They find energy and a life force the more that you throw at them. Elon Musk sat down with this group of super geniuses, and understand how blessed we are to have people with this high IQ, this determination working in our government. And our media is truly the enemy of the American people for trying to dox them and stop them. We may never have this chance again to have this many capable people serving in our government to restore the constitutional intent with real kind of business expertise, real wisdom. These guys are studs, and I want to play this. Let's just go one by one. Let's start with cut 340. And by the way, credit to Brett Baer. He did a terrific job last night. Play cut 340.
And sort of at a high level, you should think of this as we want to reduce the spending by eliminating waste and fraud, reduce the spending by 15%, which seems really quite achievable. The government is not efficient, and there's a lot of waste and fraud. So we feel confident that a 15% reduction can be done without affecting any of the critical government services.
You could only be against this if you work for the government, are receiving graft from the federal government, or you're in on the entire cabal against the American people. This truly is the citizens versus the Leviathan. It is the citizens versus the intractable federal bureaucracy. Elon Musk continues. Let's play cut 344.
At Social Security, one of the first things we learned is that they get phone calls every day of people trying to change direct deposit information. So when you want to change your bank account, you can call Social Security. We learned 40% of the phone calls that they get are from fraudsters, almost half.
Yes, and they steal people's Social Security is what happens. Is they call in, they say, they claim to be a retiree, then they convince the Social Security person on the phone to change where the money's flowing. It actually goes to some fraudster. This is happening all day, every day. And then somebody doesn't receive their Social Security. It's because of all the fraud loopholes in the Social Security system.
You have the world's richest man and the greatest innovator, maybe of the last 100 years, definitely of a generation, that is using his brain power, his capacity, his fortune to go make sure that fraudsters are not able to steal Social Security checks. The Democrats and the media are lying. Oh, they want to cut Social Security. They're actually trying to save it for all of you that paid into it. Stephen Davis, who I've had an opportunity to know, who is a super genius. This is a guy that could run any Fortune 100 company. He could run Amazon. He could run Salesforce. He could run Dropbox. He could run Alphabet. This guy is incredibly bright. And instead, the Democrats, they don't want to try to work in the middle to try and find common sense solutions. They have zero interest in trying to deliver for the American people. Because if you're going after the size of the federal government, you are going after the untouchable relic of the Democrat Party. They worship the state. They find meaning from the state. And these group of super geniuses, this group of men, they're not flashy. They're motivated by patriotism. And it's honestly inspiring. It means that we should fight even harder here in the grassroots. We should fight harder in the trenches. That we should do even more. Because they're out there. There is no reason they have to be doing this. It's not for money. It's not for fame or fortune. They have themselves doxxed. They have their families being targeted. They're all getting death threats. We're all getting death threats. The media is going after them relentlessly. Capitol Hill is trying to assail them. And it's all because they know that we are careening towards bankruptcy as a nation. If we do not cut spending significantly, find the waste, find the abuse, find the bloat, find the unconstitutional programs, we will reach a tipping point of no return.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
We see one of the first things they do is try and restrict the vote. This is one of the things, though, that this is going to take power to the streets. And I don't know what the answer is on this, but I've been saying this. I think we need a shadow government, so when all these things come up every single day, we've got an alternate press conference telling the truth about what things are happening. What's going out.
What's happening, it seems to me, is they're being fed propaganda by the far left. It's not like the crazy guy that firebombs a Tesla dealership. It's the people pushing the propaganda that caused that guy to do it. Those are the real villains here, and we're going to go after them. And the president's made it clear we're going to go after them. The ones providing the money, the ones pushing the lies and propaganda, we're going after them.
But I can assure you one thing, we're going to make sure that we inflict as much pain as possible to the American people without inflicting pain on the Canadian population. And
that our strength is our diversity. We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants, and we let them define the issue on immigration. We let them define the issue on DEI, and we let them define what woke is. We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, "You right, we're proud of these policies. We're going to put them in, and we're going to execute them."
And sort of at a high level, you should think of this as we want to reduce the spending by eliminating waste and fraud, reduce the spending by 15%, which seems really quite achievable. The government is not efficient, and there's a lot of waste and fraud. So we feel confident that a 15% reduction can be done without affecting any of the critical government services.
In that stead to say no, that is not the America we know, the America that we know.
At Social Security, one of the first things we learned is that they get phone calls every day of people trying to change direct deposit information. So when you want to change your bank account, you can call Social Security. We learned 40% of the phone calls that they get are from fraudsters, almost half.
Yes, and they steal people's Social Security is what happens. Is they call in, they say they claim to be a retiree, then they convince the Social Security person on the phone to change where the money's flowing. It actually goes to some fraudster. This is happening all day, every day, and then somebody doesn't receive their Social Security. It's because of all the fraud loopholes in the Social Security system.
And do you guys all see this as a patriotic duty? I mean, is that really what this is about?
I was running 5 businesses in Houston, and I left that. I left great people to do this, but I feel like this is me giving back to the country.
What's going to happen here is we're going to raise over $100 billion in tariffing auto imports, including the parts.
Taking that money out, the $3 billion out, which is an important step, there was no emergency. Is that a form of executive presidential empowerment?
It is not. It is using the way they literally had written the appropriations law to give us the discretion to say that these particular funding accounts were emergency. And because it was constructed under Joe Biden and it was a CR that carried over the terms, we had that discretion and we used it. And that's what we promised the country when we said we would be going forward with the continuing resolution. It was never an intent to be at current law levels. We were going to use every opportunity we could to drive spending down. You saw that this week, and you're going to continue to see it in the weeks ahead.
We should have empathy for the thousands of people that are dying every day in trenches, or no movement in the lines. So the borders remain the same. For the past 2 years, thousands of people have died for nothing. I take great offense at those who put the appearance of goodness over the reality of it. Those who virtue signal and say, oh, we can't give in to Russia, but have no solution to stopping thousands of kids dying every day. They just want that to continue forever. I have contempt for such people. I don't want to make that clear. Because their virtue signaling and their lack of a solution means that kids don't have a father. It means that parents lost a son. For what? Nothing.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful,
lightweight, and simple to use. And their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's